Why do we like going fast? As time passes, there seem to be more and more obstacles in the average person's pursuit of going fast. With the current economic climate, many can't afford to experience anything more than the base level of car performance or afford a track day with a borrowed car. Many tracks are being outright threatened by property developers and aggravated neighbors. For many of us, the desire to go fast was satisfied in the virtual world. However, with the inconsistencies of the arcade genre and the pretension and cost of the simulation genre, many find it difficult to appease their need for speed. But this isn't a new phenomenon, because 30 years ago, many of the best studios in gaming were tackling the challenge of conveying the speed, power, and adrenaline associated with driving fast. And although many did succeed, there was one which arguably did it better than any of its day. And that's probably why it's still around today. This is Need for Speed. One of, if not the greatest racing games ever made.
Riders on the storm, riders on the storm. Into this house we're born, into this world we're thrown, like a dog without a bone, an actor out on loan, riders on the storm.
Need for Speed might seem like one of the de facto names of the genre today, but surprisingly, it started in a pretty unorthodox way compared to its current competition. And for the full story, we need to go back over a decade before the game's launch. In the moderately sized city of San Mateo, California, Electronic Arts was founded on May 27, 1982, by former Director of Strategy and Marketing at Apple, Trip Hawkins. I'm gonna put a pin in that name because he's gonna be very important later. Originally based out of a spare office that he got from his connections with capital firm Sequoia Capital, Electronic Arts actually started as a company called Amazin' Software, which is honestly the best name for a company ever. But because the team of only 11 people at the time apparently hated the name, they would rebrand to Electronic Arts in late 1982. Although one suggestion considered was soft art, a reflection of the company's outlook at the time, in that they considered game design to be an art form, and the programmers, artists. But it was rejected because of its similarity to Software Arts, a company founded 3 years prior. EA was one of the first companies to jump into the gaming market right around the video game crash of 1983, publishing their first game, or rather first 5 games, sometime in 1983. The history isn't super well documented there. This lineup included games like Hard Hat Mac, Axis Assassin, MULE, and Worms? No, not that Worms. These games started almost immediately getting critical and commercial praise. Not necessarily the highest praise for the time, but for a brand new publisher, it was an amazing start. Throughout the 80s, EA would expand and change their business model, like starting what would become EA Sports with one-on-one Dr. J vs. Larry Bird in 1984, and in 1988 releasing games like Wasteland and John Madden Football, games which still influence some of the biggest titles of the modern era. In 1989, EA started to experiment more with the console space, particularly with the Sega Genesis, releasing many of their titles on the black box between 1990 and 1991. But within EA, or rather within the mind of Trip Hawkins, a concern for the future direction of the company started brewing. Hawkins, seeing how technology moved and changed, was looking forward to see how games could progress, and he envisioned, quote, a future of faster processors, low-price memory, and easy-to-print CDs, and decided that he had to get in early to take advantage of the impending improvements. So, in 1991, he stepped down as CEO of EA to start the San Mateo Software Group, known soon after as the 3DO Company. After developing their new console in partnership with Panasonic and later other companies like Gold Star, Sanyo, and Creative, who actually manufactured the electronics, they released the Panasonic 3DO in 1993 for a whopping $699, which would be over $1,500 in today's money. An insane amount to pay for a game console both then and now. Although the 3DO was the initial home for Gex. This would lead to an odd situation where the 3DO did sell well enough to oftentimes be considered a significant player in the 5th gen consoles, but it never really sat at the big kids table with Sega, Nintendo, or especially Sony, with their new PlayStation released the year later famously being only
$299.
which basically crumbled the 3DO and Sega Saturn's more expensive platforms. But before all that, there was another notable company that had been making waves, but in a very different part of the gaming space. Founded in 1982 by Jeff Sember and Don Matrick, yes, that Don Matrick, Distinctive Software Inc., also known as DSI, was a Canadian game development studio arguably most well known for their innovative Test Drive series starting in 1987. Test Drive was one of the more innovative titles of the time because it brought the arcade supercar racing experience of games like Outrun to PC users. In 1991, DSI was acquired by EA and rebranded to EA Canada. And while they would eventually become the studio behind practically all the EA Sports games from the mid-90s on, in 1993, they were approached by Road and Track magazine and the 3DO Group with an interesting new idea. Maybe it's the fact that I grew up mostly after the era of licensed shovelware, but I don't think there were many racing games that were based on car magazines at the time. The closest I found was Burnout Championship Drag Racing from 1998 that was made in partnership with Hot Rod Magazine, which funnily enough had nothing to do with Burnout, but was actually made and published by a subsidiary of Bethesda, even being made with the same engine as Daggerfall. But regardless, Road and Track partnered with EA in 1994 to help them develop the handling for their new racing game. And later that year, we got Road and Track Presents The Need for Speed. Now, to be blunt, this game is extremely basic by modern standards. Starting with the 3DO version featuring a roster of only 8 cars split between some JDM icons, a couple American super sports cars, a 911, and 2 Italian supercars, and only 3 tracks, each of which is split into 3 different sections. There's also time attack mode, where you race against the clock, and race mode, where you race against the X-Man.
Well, look who's here. Another warrior comes a-knocking on my hallowed halls. Beyond this is a challenge from which there is no turning back. Prepare yourself for a turbocharged world of endless blacktop, where the winners reign in infamy and the losers are turned away by the thousands. So let's get ready to rumble.
We do not care.
This goofy guy taunts you before and after every race, in the most 1994 PG way you can think of.
Oh, blow me away, man. I mean, the future speed generation could cop a few pointers from you. I mean, you put on a racing clinic, Monsignor. Tore up the record books and blazed a trail straight into history. Yes! Give the man the cup.
The race physics aren't too spectacular by modern standards, obviously, but they give a, not simulation, but sort of a realistic feel to the races, which was unique for a game of this type. although this game did introduce some important ideas that later Need for Speeds would improve on. A lot of people credit Most Wanted with introducing cops into the series. A lot of older, more disgruntled people credit the original Hot Pursuit with introducing them. But in reality, cops were featured here, in the very first Need for Speed. Now, were they any good? No. It was so primitive that it was likely seen as a minor feature even here, because Distinctive's own Test Drive 2 from 5 years prior had advertised its cops on the back of the box. But here, it only got a small picture or even no mention at all in some regions. This game also established a first for the Need for Speed games of having 2D sprite-based cockpit views despite the games being overall in 3D. This was likely brought over from the days of 2.5D racers, which used continuously changing sprites to simulate depth, like the original Test Drive did. This would be the standard for future installments. There were some reviewers, both now and at the time, which called this a racing simulator. I personally don't think that's entirely accurate. I'd say it's more of a car nerd simulator. Because back in the mid-90s, there wasn't nearly as much media targeted towards gearheads, or petrol/rev heads for my Brits and Oz viewers. The best you really got was car magazines like Road and Track, watching races if they happened to come on TV, and if you lived in the UK, you could watch the original Top Gear. No, not that one. That one, yeah. And I say it's targeted towards car nerds specifically because of the stats screen, where every car has its figures and parts listed down to stuff like the brake size, weight distribution, and lateral acceleration, and even a little showcase FMV of the cars driving around and looking cool, set to the most almost generic 90s music you've ever heard. EA fortunately realized that Need for Speed had the potential to be something big if it wasn't limited by the costly and slow 3DO. Because no one who played the game actually saw it looking as good as this. This was emulated with double resolution and clock speed, so on original hardware, it looked a lot more like this. Yeah. But in 1995, the game got its first port, to MS-DOS. This wasn't all that different, just adding some quality of life features, mainly like the cars having horns, which means a lot of race starts begin with you getting honked at by all your opponents, which I thought was funny. They now have both a standard replay mode and a highlight reel mode, which, as the name would suggest, is a cut down replay of the race with what the game considers the best bits. I have no idea how the game decides this, but it's a neat touch nonetheless. This was actually the first Need for Speed to have closed circuit tracks, and those are really where the sense of speed shines in this game, especially at tracks like Las Vegas, where the lighting and road layout make you feel like you're going 300 miles an hour. They also now allowed players to race against more than one opponent, this time allowing up to 7 NPC drivers on the track. Seeing that it had done well on DOS, they finally decided to port it to the biggest console of the era, the PlayStation. And this is where things really got good. To start, the PS1 has the smoothest feeling of the versions from a navigation perspective. I guess if you redo it enough times, you start to get pretty good at it. This also probably has my favorite soundtrack of the various versions, even if some of them seem copyright inactionable, if you know what I mean. One of the original composers even described the soundtrack, all of which came from a pre-recorded demo tape, as being pretty cheesy, even for the time. And he wasn't wrong. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. The entire game sounds great, probably due to the CD quality audio of the PS1 and the fact that they actually included music in the races now. They sort of got rid of the replay mode by just leaving the highlight mode for races, but they also let you choose what sections were playing in the most convoluted control scheme possible. They also improved the visuals with better dynamic lighting, like when going through tunnels. There was also this bug I noticed, which I initially thought was a bug, and then I kind of rationalized it into thinking of it as a feature, and then I looked it up and found out that no one else had experienced this. And that is that sometimes the HUD would just up and disappear on me mid-race. This was a bit annoying to deal with, but it did allow me to get some really good looking shots like this. So that was cool. There were actually 4 more versions of the game released, 2 of which were just updated versions of the DOS and PS1 game ported to Windows and Sega Saturn respectively, and the other 2 were Japan-only exclusives made in partnership with Nissan, which surprised me that a game this small was already getting major attention like this from one of the major car manufacturers. And that attention must have been strong in the public too, because the next year, they came back even better with Need for Speed 2. A notable but not super common criticism of the game from reviewers like IGN was that despite its name, Need for Speed didn't make you feel like you were going nearly as fast as other racers of its day, such as Ridge Racer. And I guess the developers saw that and took it personally, because this game is significantly faster than the first. This is partially because of the physics changes, as they separated the physics into 2 distinct modes, arcade and simulation. Both modes feature very janky, almost unpredictable behavior, making the cars very difficult to drive effectively, and the simulation mode compounds that by cranking up the understeer and turning the walls into superglue. Driving is really not this game's strong suit from a gameplay perspective, because the cars do feel really nice to go fast in, and it is satisfying on the rare occasions you do hit a clean corner, but it's just so unpredictable that it worsens the overall experience. The other major factor affecting the speed is the car roster. They dropped all but one sports car, being the Lotus Esprit V8, in favor of a roster almost entirely comprised of supercars. And these weren't just any supercars, these were the world's first hypercars, with stuff like the McLaren F1, Jaguar XJ220, and Ferrari F50, all of which were fighting for fastest car in the world in the late 90s. They were accompanied by some one-off prototypes and race specials like the Ford GT90, Ital-Design Kala, Isdera 112i, and the Lotus Elise GT1. This game also introduced simplified performance graphs to the series that later fans would be more familiar with. And it's useful here because this game does actually do a much better job than the original at differentiating the cars by feel. Like in the Need for Speed, most of the cars felt pretty similar outside of the increased top speed and acceleration depending on the car. Here, each car has its own unique characteristics. The Lotus Elise GT1 is a grip monster with the ability to take almost any corner flat out, but it suffers in a straight line. By contrast, the GT90 is a heavy powerhouse that will take a while to get up to speed and turns like it's made of cement, but blitzes just about all cars on the straights. The F50, however, is more balanced, and is able to take some of the advantages of both. And the McLaren F1 is a rocket ship built by NASA. Seriously, this thing is basically a cheat code compared to the other cars in its class. They added some notable quality of life stuff too, like the ability to change your car's color, fully customizable controls, and the aforementioned performance graphs. They improved the tracks, both by adding more variation to the environment and adding more altitude to the tracks, making them feel much more dynamic. They also added active aero to cars that had it, which was impressive to see in '97. The team was also able to put a lot more of their resources into presentation, improving the menus, race UI design, and to a lesser extent the music that I'll get to in a minute, while also retaining the same focus on car statistics and driving feel. The car showcases now have a feel somewhere between a 2000s Top Gear intro and a Jamiroquai music video. Outside of the showcases, most of the music was a little generic to me, although this one track called Haulin' Ass, yes, that's its actual name, did give me Kenji Yamamoto vibes. I do want to add one more thing before we get to the PC port. This was technically one of the earliest arcade racing games to have a map based on a real-life location, as this came out 2 years before Midtown Madness. In case y'all aren't familiar, and you haven't seen the Tom Scott video about it, Need for Speed 2 actually features a map based on some of the local landmarks and roads from the greater Vancouver area near where the studio was based. So they effectively mapped out their backyard for hundreds of thousands to experience, which I think is pretty cool. Now onto the PC port by EA Seattle. This game has, I wouldn't really call it realistic, but more believable physics. Like the cars have a more predictable loss of grip that makes them much easier to control in both arcade and simulation mode. They also added a new mode called Wild, where the cars have massively increased grip and turn very quickly. This was also my favorite mode. The rest of the physics are mostly the same with the PS1 version, with the cars still being spun out from the slightest tap, and the brakes being near impossible to use. The car list was actually the same in the original PC version, but on the special edition that I'm playing now, they actually expanded it by adding 3 new cars, and unlocking the bonus car you only got after beating all the tournaments from the base version. This is the first Need for Speed to not feature a cockpit view on the special edition from 1998. This would eventually be the standard for future installments. Now you might think that because the game featured way more cars and tracks, looked a bit nicer, and majorly improved the sense of speed, that people would like this game. Wrong. This game was lambasted by critics at the time for various reasons, the biggest ones being platform specific. The PS1 version was often put down for its obtuse handling model, with the official UK PlayStation magazine saying it had, quote, atrocious handling, and that it was legit a bitch to play. This is real. And the PC version was heavily criticized for its hardware requirements at the time, especially because the best looking parts of the game could only be seen if you had a 3D accelerator card, which almost no one did, seeing as they had only been publicly available for less than 2 years. You may start to notice a pattern as the video goes on that, while Need for Speed fans love to say what they want added to a game, what they love even more is to complain when anything is changed in a game. But luckily, that wasn't a problem with their next attempt. Quick note, there was another game that was called a Need for Speed released after 2, called Need for Speed V-Rally, but 1, this was never supposed to be a Need for Speed. It was originally just V-Rally in its native France and the surrounding PAL region, but when EA bought the North American publishing rights, they slapped Need for Speed on it for that sweet, sweet brand recognition. And 2, I'm working on another rally project which V-Rally will be a part of, so for all my diehard V-Rally fans out there, sit tight, I'm working on it. But anyway, back to your regularly scheduled Need for Speed. After seeing how the last game was received, the team decided to make a change to how these games would look and feel, and would start the most enduring sub-series in Need for Speed history, Hot Pursuit. Now Hot Pursuit's a bit of an interesting case because Hot Pursuit 1 and the game that came after, which, spoilers, was also built on Hot Pursuit 1, are the 2 games with the most port parity in the classic era, basically meaning that these are the most alike between the PS1 and PC versions. So if it seems like I'm not focusing as much on the PS1 version, that's why. Let me start off by saying Hot Pursuit feels so much better to play than the last two. The handling was only mildly tweaked from Hot Pursuit 2 as far as I can tell, with the biggest change being that cars can now properly recover from slides, and bumping into a wall doesn't immediately kill all of your momentum. But the biggest factor is that the tracks are significantly wider than in 2, giving these cars the breathing room which they desperately needed to be properly fun to drive. The simulation mode does dial the understeer back up some, while also making the cars twitchy in a bit of an unconventional way, although the arcade handling is actually to the point where I'd say it's comparable to modern arcade racer handling. Like, there are even some tracks where I found drifting to be the best way to take certain corners. This would eventually be the standard, so if you've never played a classic Need for Speed and wanted a place to start, this would probably be the best place to do it. The game also looks much better too, with the brighter colors and more saturated palette giving it a livelier feel. They kept the same car statistics from the last game, which was nice, and this was also the first time a majority of the car list would transfer over between games, outside of the newly introduced hero car, the Diablo SV. They also reintroduced cops after Need for Speed 2 didn't have them, and this time they were improved enough to feature front and center on the box. And here in the PS1 version, they are kinda trash. I don't mean to be negative here, but looking how much better they'll get in just 4 years, let alone on the PC version, I can't help but feel the PS1 version underdelivers. While the primary police gameplay is mostly fine, if primitive, the main thing holding it back is its balance. Because in essence, there are 2 levels of difficulty in Hot Pursuit mode: Little Baby Man and Fuck You mode. In Little Baby Man mode, the police basically act like they're not even there, and while they will on occasion get close enough to look like they're doing something, they aren't actually going to take you down unless you just suck at the game. Now in Fuck You mode, the difficulty actually depends on what track you race them on, and that's because of how the police bust you in the game, which is literally any point where they're near you and you go under 50 miles an hour. So you'll be driving along, brake to take a tight corner, get dinged by a cop and think, oh, that's no biggie, I still got plenty of speed. Oh. And then you're busted. That's also why I said it's track dependent, because there are some tracks that you never really go that slow on anyway, so while the police are annoying, they aren't as bullshit impossible as they are on tracks like Atlantica and Rocky Pass. I'm not sure if this was the hardware or the emulator, but the game suffered significant frame rate drops when one or especially more cars were on the screen. The PS1 version also dropped the sprite rendered interiors, unlike the PC version, which brought them back. The PC version looks noticeably better due to the rapidly increasing processing power of PCs compared to the stagnant PS1. It also feels better, with the new handling not feeling too different from modern games. Sure, they're a little floaty, and you don't get any of the modern feedback like vibration, but they feel responsive, the brakes work, and pushing these cars actually feels like something you can do without making a 12-car pileup out of an 8-car race. I did have some slight audio issues, but that's probably down to just how different a Focusrite Scarlett Solo connected through USB-C is from a Sound Blaster Live. But this is also where I started to notice the adaptive music. This was technically also a thing back in Need for Speed 2, but I never really caught it like this did. Here, the game has different themes which dynamically switch in and out, from having the lead, to losing it, to being gapped by your opponents, to gapping them by a mile. The biggest way to notice it is when you stop, the music ramps back up as you get up to speed. Also, I don't know what it is, but despite the electronic and techno music of this time being known for its repetitive beats, I preferred the rock tracks in races. I guess because some of the synth sounds they use got a bit grating after hearing them for 12 bars straight. When it comes to the Hot Pursuit mode, I had mostly the same thoughts as the PS1 version, just with the difficulty range compressed slightly. But the place where this event really shines is in its second part. See, they didn't just add more sports cars to the PC version, they also added drivable police cars, meaning you can play as the police and bust the racers by bringing them to a stop. And this is what makes the game mode fun, because using your car as a heat-seeking battering ram against a bunch of 355s and Diablo SVs will never not be fun, especially with the driving facilitating that so well. This is the first Need for Speed I actually finished a tournament in, because I enjoyed the racing just that much. And I actually did too, because I learned the higher difficulties actually let you go faster, almost like CCs in Mario Kart. Although, I do kind of wish we got more of a fleshed out progression on one of these. The directionless racing can get a little boring with nothing to focus it, but that's probably a good few games away. Or maybe not, because they went and built a progression for this game, right here. But I want to get to some other stuff first on the PS1 version. I really like how smooth the menu presentation is. It reminds me of the original Project Gotham Racing that came out a couple years after this. Unfortunately, this has even more significant performance issues on PS1 than Hot Pursuit did, so I oftentimes ran the game at double clock speed to smooth it out in the video. These cars finally feel as nimble and responsive on PS1 as they should for cars this high-end. The new tracks are neat too, and I personally think they complement the handling model way better than the tracks from Hot Pursuit. This game actually sounds surprisingly good, especially in terms of directional audio, although the engines are improved too. Now I can finally tell an Italian V12 apart from a pushrod V8 or a flat 6 without actually having to know the car. They also brought over the Hot Pursuit mode from Need for Speed 3, and they finally brought over the feature from the PC version of Hot Pursuit where you could play it as a cop. This is also where I got to see the brand new damage model they introduced with this game, and to be honest, on the PS1 version, it just looks like someone sneezed a bunch of stray pixels all over the back of your car, but on the PC version, it looks so much better. You got everything from shattered glass to wobbly wheels to bent bumpers. Then when you're done, you can go and repair your car and watch it. And the damage also affects performance proportional to where the damage was. So if you get in a front-end collision in an FR car, the engine suffers, but in an MR car, it's totally fine. This was the first Need for Speed to genuinely have what I could call a career mode. Basically, they just took the tournament mode, and instead of it acting as the unlock for better cars like in previous games, now you have to start out in a slow car, win some races to afford better parts and cars, then continue until you get to the final boss. Yeah, it's pretty basic here, but that's essentially the formula that every Need for Speed would have going forward. Especially when it comes to high stakes campaign, it has the same issue in races that literally every Need for Speed before and a couple after this have, that being that the races can be ridiculously long. And I'm not saying they're like Gran Turismo 24-hour race kind of long, but in terms of arcade racers, the only other game I've seen with races this long is the original Burnout with its 12-minute plus races. But these can get even longer with 8-lap multi-race championships. Although I don't think this was necessarily a creative decision, I think it was done as a slight fix for the game's lack of tracks in a campaign that's this long. And you notice this in the campaign with a lot of reversed and mirrored track layouts, as well as tracks taken straight from Hot Pursuit. So if you did a race say every 5 minutes, you'd start to notice the repeating tracks in under 2 hours. While here, it mitigates the repeating track problem by making everything too long. So not an objective problem that they fixed, and more of like a trade-off. Now this game definitely has its fair share of jank, but most of it didn't impact the gameplay in a major way. Again, like with the previous games, I really vibe with the presentation here. But like with a lot of it, it was only an incremental improvement of Hot Pursuit. Although I do want to take this time to highlight the GOAT of Need for Speed soundtracks during this era, Rom DePrisco. This guy has been putting out bangers since Need for Speed 2 and will continue to do so all the way into Porsche, but under the pseudonym of Morphedron. There was another amazing composer from this era too, Saki Kaskas, who was the guy that I mentioned before back in the Need for Speed 1 section. And if you don't recognize his name by itself, you might recognize this.
Three, two, one, go!
Yep, they used the high-stakes music in the clubs from Mass Effect 2. They would actually do this again with some of the music from Carbon showing up in Mass Effect 3. Also, as an extra note for the presentation, look at my little driver and how he follows the mouse. It's a slight touch, but I thought it was nice. In some of the faster cars, this game's driving actually reminds me of Midnight Club 2 in a weird way. But even in its fastest, nothing will be as intensely spastic as Midnight Club 2 was. Although the next game did get a little bit closer. Porsche Unleashed is a bit of an oddball in the classic era, both because this would be, technically the second Need for Speed to be manufacturer specific, and would also be the start of EA's storied exclusivity with Porsche that lasted into 2016, but also because unlike the last three games that EA Canada, aka the original team behind Need for Speed 1, had developed the PS1 versions of the games, with EA Seattle handling the PC versions, here they went back to developing the PC version, and for the PS1, it was actually handed over to Eden Games, who were the guys behind V-Rally and who y'all might know as the team who made the Test Drive Unlimited games. There was also a separate version developed for the GBA, but I'll get to that near the end in a port lightning round. For now though, I'll start with the PS1 version. He's just here now.
My childhood, you fuck!
What did I miss?
Goodness.
Good. Paused on command. That means you're fucking listening to me, you piece of shit.
It happened.
Ray, what happened?
I was yelling at you for playing my fucking childhood, you motherfucker. What are you doing? Why are you playing Porsche Unleashed on the PS1 right now?
Why are you not playing Porsche Unleashed on the PS1 right now?
I already did that 25 years ago!
I'm sorry, Ray, but you nearly gave me a heart attack. Holy shit.
See, that's the thing is, I've always been curious to go back and revisit it, because every time I have revisited for the occasional, clip here or there, I was enjoying myself, but I don't know if that's just because it's because I played it when I was 5, if it's just one of those cases, because every person I've ever talked about this game comes away from the game very negatively.
Now, a lot of people talk bad about the PS1 version for pretty fair reasons. Like the physics being wonky, the tracks not being great, and the campaign lacking even when compared to high stakes. But there are still some things I liked about it. I really enjoyed the intro song, and actually I enjoyed all the music in this game, because the primary campaign, also known as the Evolution mode, is about going through the history of Porsche by racing in various models over time. They actually made special music tracks for each era in the campaign, which I thought was a nice addition, although the loading times in the campaign really weren't great. They got my man Dieter Stick overseeing the Porsche driving department, which is the team over the factory driver mode, which I will say, don't start with the factory driver mode if you're playing the PS1 version for the first time. It will put you in cars way faster than you can handle because of the physics. The physics are something else. I was gonna call them outright bad, because in a lot of cases they are, but it makes more sense when you start at the Evolution mode and realize that the overactive and floppy handling might not be good for a GT2 race or even just a high-end 911, but it actually works pretty well for an old 356 or 914. Basically cars that struggle to hit 100 miles an hour, which I think is what they tested this game on and just assumed people would deal with the hypersensitivity of faster cars. Now for a big one, the PC version. Going into this game, I thought it was just going to be another modern improvement on the last one, just like the last three had been, but instead, I got what feels like the first truly major shakeup in the series. While graphically this game may still take a page out of High Stakes book fidelity-wise, in terms of art direction, it's got a noticeably more modern aesthetic, with slightly muted lighting and a more natural color palette. But that's not to call this game's visuals boring, because it still retains much of that classic PC game style, while also innovating on said style. The maps in this game feel massive, like you can see the sprawling countrysides, massive buildings, and sheer cliff faces, all giving the maps a greater sense of scale, and the maps just look amazing for the time to boot. The music in Porsche on PC basically drops the rock entirely in favor of a dirty, very year 2000 electronic sound. Here, have a listen. There's some serious bops in there, and the entire aesthetic of the game is probably the most of the time out of any Need for Speed, but somehow not in a way that's aged that poorly. The basic campaign structure is the same as on PS1, but it's at least twice as long on PC, and it earns that runtime through a really nice progression that kept me hooked for hours. The physics are really impressive. Sure, they might not be a simulation, but that's not necessarily what it's trying to be. People still had to play this game on keyboard, you know. Although the cars do feel a lot more refined than in High Stakes, now featuring believable weight transfer and body roll from the cars, especially in the older and softer models of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. This makes them enjoyable to drive in a different way to the previous games, now being more in line with actual sims and simcades, while not being as difficult or in some cases inaccessible as those are. Later on in the campaign, the physics can get a bit annoying as cars feel a bit too weightless and prone to sliding, but that makes sense when I realize that the car I had the most trouble with is also the one literally nicknamed the Widowmaker, a name given to it because of its history of killing drivers who couldn't deal with the snap oversteer and turbo lag. I guess this isn't poor game design, this is brutal realism. Although it was made worse when I learned that this game's downforce, just like the brake bounce in Forza Horizon 5, is backwards. So increasing the number actually decreases the amount of downforce you have. The game actually does something that later games in the series would do really well to enhance their sense of speed, which is making the player never feel 100% in control, but consistently. However, this game does something which only one other Need for Speed really does to this extent, and that is having major consequences after the race for when you fail to control your car, in the form of massive repair bills. This was pretty annoying for the longest time, because the game has the harshest penalties out of any in the series when it comes to damaging your car, which meant that on tracks like Zone Industrial and my 930, I was basically guaranteed a fine. Similar to the repairs, this probably has the most in-depth performance customization system I can think of at the time. Like, not only do you have a lot of engine components, variable gearboxes, and unique ways to make your car lighter, but they also affect the car in a realistic way. If you were dumb like me and decided to upgrade your car's suspension, but only did the shocks and not the springs or sway bars, the car would, predictably, handle poorly. And I really like that, because it means every single handling upgrade is important. It's not like modern arcade racers where all the upgrades feel like all they ever do is fill a bar or increase a number determining how fast you can turn a corner or stop. And it's not like most sims where there just isn't any customization at all. Instead, every upgrade has its place, and every upgrade makes the car better in a realistic way. Over time, this became one of my favorites, especially in this classic era. But this would mark the end of where many would consider the classic era, and that's all down to what would happen next.
Fresh out the house, got the beat on suicide as I ride up and down Martin Luther King Drive. Standing tall, looking down on the blocky boys, snitching all day. I look around on the block. I'm in a silver and sell 5 pounds on the block. Ain't you ever seen a young player clown in the dark? Ain't that to a G gang, spit fluently. Do some facility, is it more fluid? Money my Chevy earned, and Tuesday is ocean blue. 28 sit over you, Ferrari drops a roller school. Hoes sit them out, TVs I'ma flip them out. 50 bricks, bang shit, tell them niggas ship it out. Coming down, shining rose gold, feeling like a Mac pose. Cadillac with 5 hoes, make these suckers hate hoes. Damn right, Pip, we do this every night with the same big faces, make me lame hoes bite. I got that top down.
Arguably, the era which most people class as the second major part of Need for Speed's history, whether you call it the Golden Era or just the Blackbox Era like me, starts in 2002 with the release of Hot Pursuit 2. But actually, there was a Need for Speed adjacent release in 2001, Motor City Online. This is basically the opposite of what happened with V-Rally, where this time it was always intended to be a part of the Need for Speed series, being a muscle car focused spin-off built off the engine of High Stakes, and was even shown on the official website as Need for Speed Motor City just months before release. But in the end, it had its single player almost entirely cut and was molded into an online-only MMO of sorts. I won't get into too much detail here, 1, because it's still technically not a Need for Speed, and 2, because the game is still functionally unplayable outside of basic driving. Although it does tell an interesting story about what EA Seattle was going through on the way to their next release, alongside the rise of one of the most important studios in the evolution of Need for Speed. Going back to an earlier part of the history, when EA acquired Distinctive Software in 1991, 2 employees of Distinctive, Rory Armez and Dave Wilkinson, left and decided to form their own game studio, Radical Entertainment. I know this sounds unrelated, but it'll make sense in a moment. Now, Radical wasn't really a major studio in the 90s, mostly making NES ports of older games along with smaller projects, and for some reason I still can't pinpoint, the studio started bleeding staff off from about 96 to 98. These former employees would go on to form the studio's Relic Entertainment, Studio Labs X, Barking Dog Studios, and Blackbox Games. That's right. The studio most associated with Need for Speed only exists because of the creators of Need for Speed being absorbed into EA. And also, I swear everyone in Canadian game development must know each other or something, but anyway. Blackbox Games was founded in 1998 and started by just making sports games for Sega and Midway, but actually their first project was a PS1 port of the EA Sports NASCAR 2001 game. They did alright, but what was really impressive was how they actually beat out the more established studios at EA Sports in terms of critical reception. This impressed the higher-ups at EA enough to give them a more established name in EA's catalog, and they were handed a project that would change everything. Hot Pursuit 2 came out in 2002, marking the first Need for Speed game made for 6th-gen hardware. And in a similar manner to the older games, there was one version made for PCs and one version made for PlayStation. but there were some changes from the PS1 days. To start, the PS stopped being their only console port, with the GameCube and Xbox now joining in and sharing the development with EA Seattle's PC version. This also had the same odd situation as Porsche, in that EA had contracted out another non-EA studio to work on the PlayStation version, this being Blackbox Games on the incredibly popular PS2. But for now, I'll stick with the PC version. Hot Pursuit 2 sits as the unique bridging point between what Need for Speed was and what Need for Speed arguably still is today. Like, this is basically the last game which in some way still focused on real car stats, and it's only if you click on this little description button under the car do you get a quick bit of narration about the stats.
The Ford SVT Mustang Cobra R. From America's first car maker comes this 32-valve 5.4-liter V8 monster. With an engine that delivers over 380 horsepower, it is 3,500 pounds of pure muscle and capable of hitting 100 miles an hour in just 12.9 seconds.
This is the first game in series with no version that has a cockpit view, a loss for all my cockpit enthusiasts out there. The music in this game, and all the games that would come after, was in during the heyday of EA Tracks, EA's branding for their catalog of licensed soundtracks. This usually meant very popular, or at least popular sounding tracks from notable artists, the almost complete disappearance of any specially composed music, and absolutely no swearing to maintain age ratings, which would become particularly funny in later years. When compared to previous titles, the music in this game was a massive tonal shift, now leaning more into the rock sound of the earlier games with a little bit of hip-hop mixed in. Basically, they dropped the extremely late 90s sound for an extremely early 2000s one. On the topic of audio, in races, the game kinda sounds bad, mainly because of the lackluster car sounds and poor frequency mixing and interference. What I mean by that is, if you look at a lot of the sounds in this game on a frequency response graph, you'll notice how a lot of these sounds are placed in the same range, primarily the mid-highs, instead of taking advantage of the entire frequency spectrum. It's, at best, tinny and annoying, and at worst, piercing. Although, this might have been done on purpose because of the tinny CRT speakers, or the classic computer speakers most people had at the time, because on those you're not going to notice the difference. Although when it comes to frequency interference, the game has an audio thing where two cars going roughly the same speed will have their fundamental frequencies roughly overlap, but just slightly out of time with each other, giving you this noise. It's not the most grating thing, and it appears in some form for the next handful of games, but it was most annoying here because of all the cars sounding almost the same. The physics felt floaty in a way I really hadn't felt from any other game in the series. The AI wildly flipped from barely a threat to intercontinental ballistic missiles whose sole purpose is to physically assault me on a turn-by-turn basis. This would eventually be a stand. Despite how the racers act, the cops are almost a complete pushover, and they have gems of lines like this.
28th County. This guy's gonna kill somebody. I am discontinuing pursuit.
They also decided that of the 23 cars that this game has, 3 of the cars you either start with or unlock early would be basically the same car. Now, some of these issues are shared with the PS2 version, but the biggest ones were actually handled really well by Blackbox. First of all, the cars handle significantly better. Like, they have so much more weight and inertia to them, which makes them really fun to chuck around. And that weight might make you assume these cars would be understeery and sluggish, but no. Blackbox solved this by dramatically increasing the grip on all of their cars, especially in the front, but not so much as to make the game too twitchy or easy. They hit a superb balance, to where the cars feel satisfying, engaging, and just plain fun in almost any car you choose. This also helped aid the game's very strong sense of speed by making it that every car feels like you're going around the corners at several times their expected speed. In my opinion, This is part of the reason you don't see as many people complain about the sense of speed in the F1 games when compared to other sims and simcades, but I'll talk more about sense of speed when it's more relevant. The game also features two distinct handling modes similar to the earliest Need for Speeds, with Classic being more in line with what you come to expect from the series, and Extreme carrying over a lot of that twitchiness from Porsche. From an aesthetic perspective, this still takes a lot from its PC counterpart, although the menus and UI design remind me of Ford Racing 2 from the year after. They brought over the damage model from Porsche, but they simplified it a bit for the new hardware. This is the worst you're going to see a Ferrari look in a racing game unless you play F1 21. They also improved the audio significantly by not only giving us higher quality sounds, but also realizing that if your cars don't sound great, which, to be honest, in the majority of this early era they don't, then you better turn up the music to drown it out. And they do just that, giving the game a completely different vibe during races compared to the last few games, now putting the soundtrack to the foreground during gameplay and even using the full versions of songs instead of instrumentals like the PC version, although they still use the instrumentals in police chases so you can more clearly hear the comm chatter. Yeah, the police. This is a hot pursuit game after all, and you can't really have that without the police. So how are they here?
28 County, I'm out of it. 46, 28, I have the subject. 31 County, he's from the roadblock.
Damn. The police in this game can genuinely be insane to deal with, but in a good way. Even on the more restrictive and straightforward circuits, these police can get aggressive on a whole new level compared to how it was in the original Hot Pursuit. They start out with basic tactics like pit maneuvers and brake checking and Crown Vics and M5, simple stuff. But then you get to the longer and faster races and they start doing insane stuff. Like they have roadblocks, but they aren't the roadblocks you might know from Most Wanted or the newer Hot Pursuit. If you hit any part of the roadblock, your car will immediately start to slow down until you hit 20 miles per hour, then start accelerating again, making the roadblock a genuine hazard unlike in later installments. They also bring in helicopters in the later levels who drop explosive barrels like it's Gmod Sandbox. And later they drop twice as many barrels in quick succession, barrels that turn into spike strips, and missiles? Motherfucking homing missiles? This genuinely threw me off the first time I saw it, because it's just so ridiculous to see this in a Need for Speed game, but it actually kinda works here. Because like the rest of this game's crazy pursuit system, it fits well with the game's tone and driving, and would also be a significant precursor to what would come later. This game also lets you play as a cop, like in Hot Pursuit and High Stakes, in the aptly named You're the Cop mode. It's a good time, and gives you a relatively quick and easy reprieve from the intensity of regular Hot Pursuit events. This mode also served as the introduction for Nitrous into Need for Speed, something that would become a staple of not just the series, but arcade racing games as a whole in the coming years. Here, it's used to great effect as a tool to catch up with the pack should you fall too far behind trying to catch one racer. And it's really fun to use. Although it does offer a funny explanation for something, because you can hit the NOS whenever and it burns for a couple seconds with no cooldown, you can literally just spam it and launch yourself across the track until you hit your target. This is stupid to watch and really fun to use, but it actually has some in-game implications, because it offers a reasonable explanation for the game's insane rubber banding, which, to be blunt, is one of my major negatives with the game. My second is that they dropped the complex campaign of building up a garage of cars over time and buying new ones and upgrading them. Now it's just a semi-linear series of events, which I guess is more in line with the original Hot Pursuit, but it's still sad to see High Stakes and Porsche's influence not as felt here. Third, this game, although technically running on the earliest version of the engine that would power most of the Blackbox Era games, this one probably plays the worst, which makes sense when you think about its development. And fourth, they removed any visual customization outside of the exterior color, and they just outright removed performance customization entirely. But despite my grievances with this game, I still think this is one of the most underrated of the Blackbox era, which makes some sense when I remember that a lot of my issues would be addressed with the next entry. To the surprise of many at the time, the new studio managed to handily beat their more established counterpart for critical reception and in some ways even sales. This led to EA buying the studio outright and giving them complete creative control over the mainline Need for Speed series. And I say mainline because for the next decade after Hot Pursuit 2, EA would start mass producing ports for the Need for Speed games for all manner of weaker consoles and portables. Thankfully, the crowning of Blackbox as the head Need for Speed devs also led to a centralization of all the major consoles, so now the PC, PS2, Xbox, and GameCube would all be getting identical versions of the next game. Speaking of which, what were they planning with the next game? Oh yeah, that. Starting in the late 80s and growing throughout the 90s, the import tuner scene was rapidly becoming the in car culture for the time. Primarily originating from the SoCal import scene, as well as similar DIY hotspots in places like Ohio and New Jersey, import tuner culture was about building your own machines up instead of going out and buying a factory racer, similar to the old hot rodding and muscle car scenes of years prior. This made famous all kinds of cars stemming from the Japanese market, like the rotaries for their ability to make quick power on the strip, the S chassis for their chuckability in corners, making them perfect for the increasingly popular drifting, the JZ engines for their unlimited tuning potential, and the simple commuter cars like the Civic and Corolla for their cheap, easy to work on, and plentiful platforms that made into some absolute rocket ships. It also started pairing with much of the popular art and music styles of the time. Even the wraps of many tuner cars look like a combination of SoCal lowriders and muscle cars, along with Japanese drifters and race cars. It found its biggest home at shows across the Northeast and aforementioned SoCal regions, as well as tuner magazines like Japan's Option, and even other car and music-focused magazines like Vibe. This time was most famously captured in 2001 with The Fast and the Furious, bringing this aesthetic and modding scene of tuners to viewers across the country. And Blackbox, seeing the potential in the biggest thing in car culture at the time, went and caught the red-hot iron of a cultural property before it was dipped in the cold oil of irrelevancy, giving us Need for Speed Underground in 2003. I don't think there's another Need for Speed with as good an intro as this, and right after, it dumps you into the menu with this bumpin' southern bass of Lil Jon and the Eastside Boys blasting out of your speakers. This game begins with... oh, wait a minute. There we go. Finally, I can use my full aspect ratio. Now, was this the game where they actually implemented widescreen support? I mean, technically both High Stakes and Porsche featured a form of widescreen if we're being pedantic, but now this is my video, so we're doing 16:9 now. Anyway, this game begins its campaign with something that would become a staple of almost every open world Need for Speed from here on, and just open world racing games in general. Giving the player a souped up beast, in this case being an Acura Integra that looks like it was stung by a bee and spray painted, followed immediately by the game dropping you back to Earth and letting you pick between a selection of cheap beaters, and they hit you with the
ouch, that is seriously weak, dude.
From the off, you notice how Blackbox took their handling model from Hot Pursuit 2 and recalibrated it just to feel as satisfying as HP2's Ferrari F50, now in just a Civic Si. They also made different handling models for the new game modes they introduced, which is why you can drift a stock Dodge Neon, and why drag events kinda suck. But I'll talk more about that soon. You're no longer reading spec sheets out of a car magazine, you're actually on a car magazine, and with your car plastered front and center, usually accompanied by the first stock photo when you look up woman. They also made massive improvements to the audio, not necessarily much in the engine sounds department, especially if you're not big on tuner 4-bangers, but more in the environmental sounds. Stuff like echoey reverbs, tires squealing, traffic honking as you pass by, and especially the whooshing of objects as you're speeding past. This checks out when you look at the credits and find out that they used their increased budget to get Hollywood audio techs in to help make this game sound as crisp as possible. These changes don't just enhance the auditory feel of the game, but also improve the sense of speed. And sense of speed is something this game does immensely well. The direction this game took to portray its sense of speed is a bit of an interesting one. Under roughly 120 miles an hour, the game might look a little slow, both by modern standards and by players coming off of the 200 mile per hour hypercars of HP2, but above that point, this game gradually increases the most intense motion blur effects I've seen in a racing game. Like, this game might start out slow, but to give some context, this is what 200 miles per hour looks like in Hot Pursuit 2, and this is Underground. It's literally a night and day difference. I also know that Underground is going to look noticeably worse in the final video due to YouTube's compression, so I'd suggest either setting your video to 1440p, even if you have a 1080p display, assuming you got the internet for it, or really just go play the game yourself and experience it. This also marked a massive shift in a major part of the game's aesthetic going forward, that being the music. The music in this game changed from HP2's older Need for Speed inspired licensed hard rock and butt metal to contemporary emo and metal for the races and Atlanta hip hop for the menus, which is why this game started with Get Low from the get-go. Now, I personally listen to a bit of everything, especially being a bass player, amateur producer, and music nerd, although I will be honest in saying my music taste might not perfectly align with most who really enjoy the Blackbox games. And what I mean by that is, I'm just not the biggest on metal, especially cheesy 2000s new metal. Not that I dislike metal in general, but the stuff that I like is either the most basic metal, or alternative stuff that could be called metal adjacent at best. However, I do like Need for Speed's usage of it here, because Blackbox, in basically all of their games bar one, knows that it's not always about how good the music is, period, but how well the music fits the scene. Some of y'all who watched my racing game OST tier list a few months ago might remember this song I found while listening to the soundtrack of Dirt 3. Listen to this. The Gap Band Burn Rubber on Me. I mean, yeah, it's the Gap Band, but it ain't Dirt. Yeah, like, I like the Gap Band, and I like that style of, like, late 70s, early 80s, bass synth, disco funk kind of thing. But, like, this to me, it doesn't sound like it would be on the soundtrack for Dirt 3. It sounds like it would be one of the songs on, I think it's like Space 103.2 in GTA 5. Which, for any of you that don't know, that is the station I listen to pretty much solely in GTA 5. It's the one with all the funk tracks on it. This song is almost exactly the kind of music I enjoy, but I found it really jarring that this funky, smooth, and seductive Gap Band track was in an arcade rally game with a predominantly modern electronic soundtrack. In contrast, the high-energy, densely mixed in, of-the-time metal songs found in these games work especially well for that style, even if I may prefer to listen to the tracks from BT and Overseer in my own time. When it comes to the menus, even though I'm not native to the ATL, and I'm too young to have experienced this music when it was relevant, I think they did a pretty damn good job with the selection, even having major singles like T.I.'s 24s off trap music, and the already mentioned Get Low from Lil Jon, which peaked at number 2 that year. Now back on the gameplay side, this is where things get a bit more complicated. The newly introduced drag races can be a little bullshit, most of which comes from the scripted traffic that comes at you during events, potentially totaling your car, and the janky lane switching mechanic they implemented, which means you never actually feel in control of your car. Unlike the drag races, the new drift events are considerably easier, and despite having the ability to drift any car, drivetrains are still a factor, with rear-wheel drive cars obviously being the best of these, although any car can win on hard mode with enough patience and handbrake spamming. In the regular races, you encounter the infamous rubber banding. For those unfamiliar, rubber banding is when an opponent, particularly in racing games, will rapidly slow down or speed up their pace to keep up with or keep it fair with the player. Now in theory, this is done to make the racing easier for slower players while keeping the challenge required to engage more skilled players. The problem is that this game already has 3 built-in difficulty settings for the races, which basically boil down to, do you want to turn off their ability to catch up to you? Do you want it to work as intended? Or do you want to turn off your ability to catch up with them? And on hard mode, it can at times feel like the opponents have 200 more horsepower on you. So, of course, that's what I did for all my races. Due to the very tight production schedules these games were under, there are some serious polish issues here and there, the most annoying being egregious hitboxes on the tracks, as well as some cars like the S2K and Skyline being so low to the ground that they end up actually clipping into curves when you drive over them. They unfortunately dropped the police, which was rightly viewed at the time as a massive missed opportunity, seeing as the police featured so heavily in the Fast and Furious movies, as well as other street racing games at the time like Midnight Club. Although looking at it now, it was probably done for balancing reasons, as the team likely didn't have the time to properly implement them to the level as they had in HB2 because of the yearly development cycle. And later games would show us how disappointing it could be when you just slap the police in from the last game without any changes. They also dropped the damage model, likely due to the difficulty involved with modeling deformation and brakes in all the new customization options the game added in. Oh yeah, the customization! This was one of the game's key selling points at the time. See, right there on the back cover. And although the customization kinda defied the marketing by being very much limited, it was still a massive step up from anything the series had seen previously, where in previous games all you had was manufacturer colors and rim options. Now you get over a dozen bumpers, wings, roof scoops, and all the angry headlights and pulsing neon you could ask for, along with a fairly fleshed out, if restrictive, livery editor, with everything tailor-made to make your car look like it just came off the fast set, and it means business. This customization system is still impressive 21 years later, mainly because you can see its influence in nearly every racing game with extensive customization. And while it wasn't the first to do it, with games like TXR and the early Gran Turismos getting the basics worked out, Underground served as a paradigm shift in customization, the magnitude of which was only arguably rivaled by Forza Motorsport and by Need for Speed itself with the system from its 2015 reboot. This was incredible to see as a kid. They even went as far as to have individually modeled engine upgrades for every car in the game, something you are unfortunately never going to see during gameplay because of the lack of damage. Although I will add, the My Rides feature this game added was a really smart move, because it gives the players a sandbox to create whatever cars they want, race them with friends in multiplayer mode, and even get ideas for cars to make in the career mode. They also had this weird thing where the bosses were piss easy compared to the same drivers in regular races, which for some reason wouldn't be addressed until Carbon, where it was flipped, and then Pro Street, where they may have overdone it in some spots. The physics, like the audio, had pro consulting done by both race car drivers and professional drifters to make it feel as engaging and real as possible, while still fitting in the arcade framework. Despite the handling being fairly good at conveying the sense of speed and very satisfying when pushed to its extremes, it does have a few problems. The strongest being that the game somehow feels both too weighty and too weightless depending on the situation, mostly due to how the game handles jumps and other changes in altitude. While the game goes out of its way to include wide changes in verticality in its map, having massive jumps, bridges that open up, and hillside villas that you can race through, the game's physics aren't fully designed to account for that. And speaking of the map design, this was the first Need for Speed to have its setting entirely within a single city. Some may correctly argue that Underground basically gets the worst of both worlds, with the lack of background and terrain variety of a smaller open world, but with the restrictive nature of an international track racer. I didn't really notice this as much as I expected to. Sure, the tracks get reused often, along with mirrored layouts and sections of the track that are used in several different layouts repeatedly, but what this also showed me is just how different all the parts of the map are from each other. Sure, future maps have more variation in locations and environments, but there is still a decent amount of that here. This was the only Need for Speed that I grew up with but never actually finished as a kid, so I decided to go ahead and beat the game on hard mode for this video. Yes, including Kurt's killer ride on hard, with a fully upgraded car, which I actually didn't have too much trouble with. It only took me 3 attempts, and there were other events that took way more. The second attempt was followed by a random traffic event, and the other by so that was rough. But other than that, I didn't find this game to be as hard as other people had mentioned. I'm sorry, Casey, it just isn't that bad. But that does make me wonder, where exactly does Underground 1 sit in Need for Speed's legacy? Sure, it's the second or third best-selling Need for Speed depending on who you ask, and it marked the start of the tuner era that would define the series up to now, but it's also one of the most flawed of this era. When I put out a poll asking people to rank the games from the early Blackbox era, this ranked last, which could be seen as a testament to just how stacked the rest of the lineup was, or to the roughness and lack of polish here. Whatever the case, I still respect Underground for what it did for the series, even though at the time, there was a bit of a different sentiment from longtime fans. Many of them hated the new direction, and they wanted it to return to their blistering supercars in European villas and vast deserts, rather than jumped-up tuners in run-down American megacities. Now, much of this hatred just came down to differing consumer tastes, although there is something seldom mentioned when people talk about the backlash to the tuner era, and that's this. This is the intro to Need for Speed High Stakes, and in that intro, you can see a car, very obviously modeled on a tuned EK Civic, trying to race a Porsche 911 Turbo, and breaking down before the race starts. This may seem like a minor thing, but it's just a small example of the fact that almost every era in Need for Speed's history, in some way, disrespects and disregards what worked from the era before and after it. And this won't be the last time it happens. However, in the present day of Underground 1, EA is currently looking at their 15 million units sold like, so it was very obvious to everyone at the studio that they needed to go even bigger, better, and louder for the next game. They needed There's a reason I mention louder, because they massively improved the audio of the cars, which can immediately be heard by the rumbling VQ of Rachel's 350Z, also known as the perfect audio trigger to give any car guy immediate takeover PTSD. These sounds were now taken directly from recordings of real cars, giving them a clarity and quality not seen in the series up to that point. The Nitro system now draws from its EA brother from a British mother, Burnout, by having it recharged from completing cool skills and stunts like drifting, near misses, clean laps, and drafting. And like Burnout, you lose much of your boost should you hit a traffic car. There's also 3 new types of events introduced, one of which I'll hold off on until we get into the progression, but the other 2 being Street Cross, or what I called Street X as a kid, that was apparently wrong, which basically serves as a crossroads between autocross, rallycross, and gymkhana, basically being tight, dirty circuit races on specialized closed courses, along with outrun races, which are basically the most underutilized form of event in this game. Not really adding much to the progression or paying much, but it is cool to be able to race other drivers in the open map and unlock a couple extra unique upgrades while you're at it. I also swear they're impossible on Jackson Heights if you play on hard mode. You probably noticed how I basically omitted story from the Underground 1 section when talking about it, and that's because almost all the Blackbox only Need for Speeds before 2011 have a narrative, but in the smallest letters possible. Basically enough to give a 4-year-old playing this game for the first time, i.e. me, the impression of stakes and important events while not actually having to be particularly detailed or even at times logical. The bit you need to know here is that because of your success in the first game, a guy contacts you asking to be in his crew, and after you reject his offer, he tries to kill you with his Hummer, only for you to recover, move from Olympic City to Bayview, and get in contact with a friend of the girl who helped you in the last game. You then build up rep and sponsors until eventually challenging that guy from the crash to a race, where he is a complete pushover. Now from a gameplay first standpoint, this is one of the weaker entries of this era. Not to say it was bad, just that it got slightly overshadowed by the other game's innovations and improvements. The driving feels a bit better than in 1, giving the cars a little more weight, although they can still easily go airborne given the right actions. Although the map itself is now designed in a way that prevents the player from taking off as often. Oh yeah, I should really talk about the map. This was Underground 2's big improvement, like how customization was to 1. Having a large open world map, and despite it not being the first racing game to do it, with games like Midtown Madness and its successor Midnight Club getting to it much earlier, Underground 2 delivered one of the most unique map experiences that I've ever seen, including games 20 years newer. The map took the best parts of Underground 1's design and expanded upon them, giving us bigger buildings, dirtier backroads, and brighter neon lights, all put onto a map which was impressively large for the time. This map has also been the source of some differing opinions within the Need for Speed community, as unlike nearly every open world Need for Speed that would follow, this featured no form of fast travel, meaning all locations on the map had to be driven to manually. There's still some split opinions on this. Some people love it and some hate it, and both sides have some good arguments. The points against fast travel are that the city was designed in a way to make finding spots and events part of the progression. It's good to have a reason to explore the extremely detailed and well-crafted map, and that it helps fix one of the gameplay issues I'll talk about later. The arguments in favor of fast travel is that areas like Jackson Heights and Cole Harbor often take too long to traverse through given how little stuff is actually in them, and that after you discover something like a shop for the first time, you should be able to fast travel to it. I can see both arguments, and I know both have been posited by all kinds of players, experienced and not, but I think this isn't as big of a deal as it's often made out to be. In my opinion, the two best options are to either keep it like they have it, or to add fast travel to already discovered shop locations. Because then when you unlock a new part or upgrade and want to put it on, you don't have to waste a few minutes every time to go and get there. Although that does take away another part of the gameplay, but before I get to that I need to give some context about the progression. See, this game features several different progression systems working simultaneously. There's the standard races that increase by 5 to 10 with every stage you move up. There's the sponsor races, which are higher paying races that you get to decide on when you choose your sponsor. There's DVD covers, which you unlock as you increase your car's visual rating. And then there's URL races, which are closed circuit races that take place both on dedicated road courses and an expanded airport track. Reasonably, there are major issues with 3 of the 4 parts of this progression. Let's start with the races. Early on in the game, the races are done in a pretty standard way, just doing them one after the next in order to meet the 5 or 10 race requirements. But around stage 3, things start to change. Here, you're likely to have started doing some hidden races to meet your total. Now that sounds like it would be a bad thing, but with how I play the game, I usually end up running into hidden races on my way to another race or to put on a new part. And in my mind, if I'm already there, I might as well go ahead and do this race. They also pay out more, which is a plus. That's the other part of the map design I was talking about before. Yes, having the ability to fast travel to races, like in the later games, would be more convenient, but you would lose those moments where you spontaneously find a hidden race right when you needed one. The next part of the progression is one that many people have cited being an even bigger drag on progression than the lack of fast travel. URL events, or Underground Racing League events. I like the idea of these, but they suffer for 2 reasons. One, the AI weren't exactly programmed with these larger tracks in mind, so they often struggle to drive consistently. On the circuit layouts, the AI will often use insane lines like this, completely ruining the immersion and tension of a race. And on the airport tracks, the AI will oftentimes have several factors more grip than you, and instead of using that grip to take corners faster, they use it to just ram into you faster. You can also really see the intensity of rubber banding if you ever try to make a pass on a lapped car. The second bit being that these races are long. These races can go up to 8 minutes individually, and that can be paired with up to 3 races in a tournament. Now that might not sound long to my sim endurance enjoyers out there, but this is an arcade racer, and because of Point 1, as well as the egregious reuse of tracks that isn't nearly as big an issue in the base game, these can feel like a drag, especially with the last 2 stages having 7 and 9 URL events respectively. And the final drag on progression, the visual rating system. The visual rating system, as the name implies, is a way for the game to rate your car's visual appeal through a 10-point scale, including decimals. Again, neat idea, but like the URLs, the execution is what bogs it down. Because it's basically impossible to have an objective rating on how good a car looks, and it'd be doubly impossible for a game from 2004 to judge that. So what the game does is it assigns a value to every part on the car based on its size, importance, and level. So like, a small level 1 door mirror accounts for a lot less than a massive carbon fiber level 3 wing you only unlock 80% into the game. Here's where the problems come in, because what that means you have to do to progress in the game is rice the absolute shit out of your car. You gotta make it look like a rejected concept from the set of Tokyo Drift, or maybe an accepted concept if we're talking the Hulkmobile. This might have looked good to some people in this era, especially with stuff like Pimp My Ride coming out around this time, but now, damn does some of this look ass. Now I'm not trying to say it's a bad thing to have all these customization options, because the customization in this game not only exceeded Underground 1, but also every Need for Speed that would follow in the coming decade, and arguably still exceeds them in terms of what you can do. The bad part is that you're forced to throw everything onto your car to finish the campaign, which is pretty annoying. because you can usually express your own taste as much as you want with just a handful of these. Now, I might have given off the impression that I dislike Underground 2, but it is very much the opposite. On my pantheon of Need for Speed greats, this ranks as my second place pick, along with two more that I'll get to, mainly because of one thing: style. Every single part of this game floods you with some of the most over-the-top yet consistent styling of any Need for Speed game, in a way that could only reasonably be done in the mid-2000s, but was also one of the best to do it in the 2000s. The map and lighting were done perfectly to emphasize and accent the nighttime underground atmosphere of these games, with glowing neon, bright city lights, and great views. The music is back from Underground 1, although now the metal skews a little more rock with tracks like In My Head and Black Betty. There's more electronic tracks, one of which has probably my favorite guitar tone ever, and the hip-hop mostly moved away from the south, now skewing far more west coast and featuring a stronger setlist, including the game's main theme, a remix of Riders on the Storm featuring Snoop Dogg, which is a stupid song that unironically goes so hard. There's also the customization, which, as I mentioned already, was incredible both then and now, and there were other little things like the menus, which were custom tailored to each shop and part of the game, the car list expanding to include more European and American sports cars, and the underutilized tuning menu, which genuinely has some features we don't see in modern arcade racers. There was still one major feature that they hadn't brought back from Underground 1 though, and that was the cops. I wonder if they're finally going to bring them back.
I'd like to start off by thanking our sponsor for financing the parts for this Frankenstein monster, along with my partner who's a bro of few words. We did this research for True Nerds and Two Birds. Piano.
This video took a long while to make, so if you want to see any more stuff by me or help support my content, any support through channel memberships or Patreon subscriptions would be greatly appreciated. All the links will be in the description and all the perks will be listed there as well. Thank you, and on to the next section. At last, we've arrived at the game many of you have been waiting for. What is your favorite of the Need for Speeds?
Yeah, my favorite has always been Most Wanted from 2005, even even way before I started streaming or speedrunning the game. That game always had the biggest impression on me.
From the moment you start up Most Wanted, several key things are likely to jump out at you. First, this game's Halo car. Previous Need for Speeds had various Halo cars, most of which usually served as a showcase for what the high end of performance looked like within the game. This role changed with the Underground games, now with Halo cars being tutorials used to give the player a taste of the higher end of performance before slamming them back to reality. Here, the Halo car fits a bit of a different purpose, as well as being uniquely styled in a way uncommon for the time, unlike the Halo cars of the Underground. This also changed what the Halo car meant in a way that only Carbon came close to recreating, and that is having the Halo car be the answer to the question, what is the most illegal car you can think of? With this game's answer being an American Le Mans prototype specifically designed to be a middle finger to Porsche, which got banned the year after for being in direct opposition to the spirit of the championship, which was running race-spec road cars. Then having the race-spec version of said car sold on the street illegally, retuned to make even more power, and given one of the most iconic liveries of all time. That is this game's Halo car. Second, the audio. This game sounds absolutely incredible on all fronts. This is where I'd say if you're going back to revisit these games, Try out Most Wanted and most of the ones that would follow with a decent pair of headphones or studio speakers. I personally recommend the Superlux HD681s, not sponsored, because they sound so damn good coming out of proper audio equipment. The sounds of the engines are more compressed and aggressive, but not in an unrealistic way. Like, here's a comparison of an RX-7 from Underground 2. And here's Most Wanted. Most of their cars have their sounds improved in the very top and bottom ends of the mix, with the rumble of muscly V8s and inline 6s really shining through, as well as the spooling and whining of turbos and superchargers. And the cars weren't the only sounds improved. All the environmental sounds got a massive overhaul, from slamming your car into a wall at Mach 2, to sending your car off a jump like you're in an episode of Dukes of Hazzard, to even just the sound of your car weaving through traffic. Everything was redone to give the cars and map a greater sense of weight and grittiness than what was found in previous games. Third, the physics now feel much heavier, but not in a way that makes the cars objectively harder to drive. To be completely honest, Most Wanted has a very odd feeling to its handling that I haven't really seen in many other racing games outside of Carbon and given osteoporosis in Undercover, mainly because of how much inertia your steering feels like it has at low speed, and how much insane grip you feel like you have at high speed. It also has a slight bit of crab walking at slow speed, which I wasn't a big fan of, but I think was intentionally added to help aid this game's biggest mechanic. The physics aren't bad, but especially for someone inexperienced, I could imagine it taking some time to get used to. One thing it does do well is enhance the sense of speed. To go on a quick tangent, most of which I already talked about on my Burnout video, I don't think people always recognize what sense of speed truly means. I feel like some just take it to mean, do I feel like I'm going fast? Which is a major part of it, but it's only half the puzzle. The other half is, do I, on a subconscious level, understand just how fast I'm going, and all the facets of that? And this one can be really important, especially if it's in a game where you need to be able to judge corner entry and braking points effectively, which, given the nature of racing games, is effectively all of them. A problem many modern racing games encounter is that they usually succeed at one of these, but not both of them. Games like Need for Speed Unbound, or to a lesser extent Forza Horizon 5, do a good job at making fast cars feel fast, but what they don't do as well is communicate to the player the inertia and specific handling characteristics of that speed. Don't believe me? Go into almost any Forza Horizon racing community and ask if they're down for some X-Class. Yeah, good luck getting a full lobby of that. In contrast, sim racers often have the opposite issue. Because of the nature of sims, it's really important that the player is able to understand just how fast they're going in order to properly judge apexes, braking points, and throttle inputs. However, they also try to be as realistic as possible in all aspects, not just physics. So anything that could negatively impact lap time is cut. Stuff like screen effects, vignettes, excessive motion blur, camera shake, and dynamic camera movements are all absent from most sims. This can lead to less experienced sim racers being unable to judge their speeds properly due to the lack of visual aid. Games in the Blackbox Era Need for Speeds and the 6th Gen Burnout games arguably perfected the way to achieve both, by making excessive speeds feel really quick, while also giving them weight and consequences fitting for the level of speed found in those games. When I talk about how the physics impact the sense of speed in Most Wanted, weight and consequences are usually the areas I'm talking about. To quote Noodle quoting Racevic, the game gives off the feeling of being in total control of the vehicle, but just barely. This game's sense of power and aggression, from the slide and rumble of low-end cars accelerating from a dead stop, to the screech and roar of high-end cars sliding across a tight bend, all add to the sense of speed. And in my experience, make this the best sense of speed in a Need for Speed, bar one that I'll get to later. And fourth, they decided to bring back a classic staple of the franchise, that being the cop.
Closing fast on a vehicle that matches the description. That report party? Hold on while I confirm it's our guy.
There really is no better way to introduce the pursuits other than your first introduction to them. This was one of the biggest selling points of the game at the time, and to be fair, it earns the right to that handily, with the cops being the single most compelling game mechanic, not just in this game, but arguably in every Need for Speed game that would feature them going forward. In Most Wanted's case, the police are a perfect mix of almost all the elements I talked about before, as well as the gameplay mechanics which elevate the pursuits in ways other games are still yet to match. This includes the heat system, which is a way for the game to have several distinct police ranks, whose max level scales proportionally with the cars the player is most likely to have. The pursuit breakers, which give the player both an easy out to quickly end a pursuit with, or the ability to thin the herd when facing more cops than they can handle. The speed breaker, which slows down time, allowing you to make split-second changes in direction with minimal consequences, as well as increasing your inertia, which can be very useful when slamming into roadblocks. And speaking of roadblocks, the cops feature dynamic changes to spike up the gameplay as well, like roadblocks, spike strips, Rhino SUVs, helicopters, and a bunch of smaller parts I forgot to mention. But regardless, this was and still is one of the best police chase systems featured in in video games period, which is also dubbed over by the most cinematic and dynamic score I've ever heard in a racing game. Paul Linford did an incredible job making pieces that fit almost every possible situation, and this was done by having single measure-long sections which seamlessly switch in and out every few seconds, and which are tied to just about every action you can do during a pursuit. I asked one of the devs from the Most Wanted Papega mod about the score, and they said there's something in the ballpark of 1,300 individual pieces made to compose the chases, meaning it's possible that no two encounters will feel even remotely alike. This is also accented further by some of the best police comm chatter featured in a racing game, because not only do they call out exactly what kind of car you're in, but they also vocally strategize about what to do next, act dejected when the pursuit is going poorly, and use their own variant of 10 code. Granted, I didn't know anyone who actually paid attention to it as a real game mechanic. I'm gonna be honest, on your at least first handful of playthroughs, did you ever actually use that, or did you even recognize
hell
that?
No.
Yeah.
Hell no. No, it was theater. It was
right. It was kayfabe. It was like
that's the thing as well as that.
But that's neither here nor there, and also signaling where you last were when they lose you, giving you the opportunity to drive away if you want to end the pursuit, or drive towards them if you want to continue it. It's so cool. And the game also gives you a reason to do the police chases. This might sound odd to point out now, but it'll be apparent why I mention that in future entries. The police chases are not just the most interesting part of the gameplay, but they also have unique goals for the player in the form of milestones, which are targets like pursuit length, cop takedowns, roadblocks evaded, etc., and bounty, which is a cumulative measure of how much damage you've caused to the PD, both of which have their own target set for each Blacklist member. Speaking of the Blacklist, I need to talk about this game's story. This is the first time Need for Speed actually put some decent effort into trying to give the game a somewhat compelling narrative, but I want to establish something before I talk about it. As many of you will know if you're fans of any of these media properties, you know that something doesn't actually have to have the best conventional storytelling in order to be impactful or emotional. It doesn't even necessarily need good storytelling. What oftentimes matters more is how well communicated the story is, and how much the player can relate to it, in both a literal and a figurative sense. I say that because by no means is Most Wanted a good story by the vast majority of metrics. If someone tries to tell you it's better than the modern stories because of its writing or narrative arcs, they probably can't read at greater than a 5th grade level. But there is something compelling about seeing the hard-ass law enforcer Cross make sure you know he's got his sights set squarely on you, or watching the goofball Ronnie just take up every scene he's in with how stupid he is, and that being the entire idea of his character. Or witnessing the try-hard Razor do his best tough guy impression while just sounding like that one friend who said they've definitely smoked weed before. Trust me bro, I can handle it.
This guy's a gangster? His real name's Clarence.
These all work in a way that's hard to put into words because it's more about the feeling they give off, and so I'd say it's just best to experience it yourself. The characters are also so over the top that this wasn't how anyone was at the time, this is just acting for acting's sake, unlike later characters. And speaking of the vibe these characters give off, this probably has my second favorite soundtrack of this era, just behind Underground 2. And I think that's more down to me just, again, not being as big on the metal tracks here, although I know this soundtrack definitely slaps through 3 purely anecdotal pieces of evidence. That being that I had a friend at work who basically only listened to metal, along with a bit of King Gizzard, Daft Punk, and game soundtracks, and his master playlist had like 4 songs from the Most Wanted soundtrack despite never playing the game. This is the only racing game I've ever heard of that literally has a soundtrack so good that it inspired someone to get into music. The closest I've seen to that is when Peggy sampled Ridge Racer Type 4, and I don't know how much of an impact that game was for him. And the other piece being that a few movies I remember being big from or about this era also shared some songs with Most Wanted. Notable examples were stuff like Real Steel and Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. And that actually brings me to one of the reasons I think this game is held up as high as it is. Because this game is fucking pissed. Literally. There are really no other racing games, and few other games period, that can match Most Wanted's level of pure adrenaline and aggression, while still being as polished and feature-rich as Most Wanted. Like, it's not just the handling or the soundtrack, it's the car selection, tuning and performance customization, campaign structure, and the legendary police pursuits. And for sure, others of its era did some of those things better than Most Wanted, but few were able to find that perfect kind of balance like Most Wanted did. I'd say the best actual competitor to Most Wanted in terms of doing so many things right was Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition. MC3 also reminds me of the biggest thing modern AAA racing games are lacking, and that is diversity. In just 2004 to 2006, in the double and AAA space, you had Most Wanted, Midnight Club 3, Burnout 3, Flatout 2, Project Gotham Racing 3, Test Drive Unlimited, Forza Motorsport 1, Juiced, Tokyo Extreme Racer Drift 2, Toka Race Driver 3, Richard Burns Rally, Ford Racing 3, Enthusia, R-Factor 1, and Full Auto. While in the last 5 years, there are 6 names that are still big enough to where non-racing enthusiasts probably know of them, 8 if we include Sims, and of the arcade racers, almost all of them are still playing out of either the Burnout Paradise or Test Drive Unlimited handbook. Games that are themselves over 15 years old at this point. That's why I think so many see Most Wanted as an incredible work, because despite a lot of its design being the same as the 3 games that preceded it, and despite its aesthetics being shared by a lot of the games that would come after, and despite its many general issues that I'll get to in a moment, Most Wanted gives the player an experience that is unmistakably Most Wanted. And that kind of unique quality is something basically every Need for Speed has in some aspect, even if it's not always done in a way everyone likes. Hell, that's even the case for this game. Unlike how the game is presented now, this wasn't really seen as a masterpiece by critics, most of whom preferred the more traditional approach from Hot Pursuit 2. But even outside of that, Most Wanted has its own issues. Most Wanted started a trend in their customization system which every major black box Need for Speed would follow, and that is having slightly worse body modification than the game before, but a better livery and paint system, with the only exceptions to that being the kinda underbaked introduction of autosculpt and carbon, and the fact that every Need for Speed in this era had more rims than the last. There's definitely an argument to be made about this game's aesthetics, as I've joked about several times already, and while I do understand why the yellow and brown filter is there, that doesn't make its presence any easier to justify for someone not familiar with this era. In spite of the fact that this has one of the best pursuit systems in any video game, if you, for whatever reason, aren't a big fan of the pursuits, there's surprisingly little to do in the campaign, and even the added challenge series is mostly pursuits. You might say, what do you mean, you've got plenty of races? Yeah, you do, but to be completely honest, there's nothing really improved on from Underground 2 in the races outside of sense of speed. It's arguably worse than in 2 because of them cutting drift events in favor of glorified time trials and speed challenges, and making drag events arguably the worst in the series along with Underground 1, because this lane assist is unbelievably shit. And along with the races, they also didn't really improve the pacing much from Underground 2. They basically just simplified it so now it's very apparent what you needed to actually do. But in terms of length, it's nearly the same as Underground 2, and by extension, nearly as grindy. Although it does make me question what a Need for Speed in this era would be like if you removed all the padding. And the worst thing I've seen about Most Wanted is the community that sprung up around it. Now, I don't have a problem with the people going out and saying Most Wanted is their favorite Need for Speed. In fact, for most of the people who explain why they like it in a reasonable way, I usually agree. But what I don't like is how every single game ever gets compared to Most Wanted, or a lot of times, if anyone criticizes Most Wanted, it's treated like religious blasphemy. Like, I know I'm gonna get some special comments because I rank Most Wanted as my third favorite Need for Speed. But that's still my third favorite out of 25. I obviously hold this game in very high regard, but it's the one that I've probably got the most burned out on from overexposure. I just gotta remember that when talking about Most Wanted online, it's the best. It's the best.
It's number one. It's number one. It's always number one.
It's the best. It's the best.
The best!
This game starts in a similar way to Most Wanted, although it's noticeably condensed, which you'll slowly learn is emblematic of most of this game going forward. This means instead of 4.5 races interspersed with cutscenes followed by the loss of your Halo vehicle, then by your choice of car, now you get an incomplete exposition dump from a long cutscene, 40 seconds with your fast car, 3 minutes of character introduction, your car selection, which I'll get to in a minute, then a tutorial on one of the game's new flagship mechanics, crew members. Personally, I think it would have been much more effective to have each of the 3 types of crew members, that being the blocker, drafter, and scout, be introduced when you get someone who actually fits in those specific types, and also having all of their tutorials after the first one be optional. The crewmates also talk to you, which feels like it was inspired by games like Midnight Club 3, although here it's less charming in world building and more annoying. But that's a relatively small thing. Something bigger is the starter car selection. The starter car selection is unique, but deceptively simple. because not only are the cars significantly faster than the starter cars from Most Wanted, and especially the Underground games, but they actually have a major impact on how the opening couple hours of the game feel. This is mostly seen through the muscle cars, which is what I started this playthrough with. I usually go with the tuners, but I wanted to mix it up some. The muscle cars now are a significant enough part of the car list, up to 12 from the 2.5 found in Most Wanted, and they made a separate area to race just muscle cars in, and that's why the car choice matters. Because each one of your 3 starters means you can only do races in a specific area against your same type of car until you beat the boss. Then you can go into the other 2 areas. This means that what car you start with will determine the feel of your first 1.5 to 3 hours in the career. Because I went with muscle, I now have to deal with one of the best and worst parts of the game: the physics. The thing about the physics in Carbon is I do enjoy them in a vacuum. I like how weighty the cars feel and how you have to properly lead them into corners like you would in more realistic racers. What I don't like about it is how it's used, because the map was designed with very few straights and a lot of hard braking zones all over, so it feels best to drive through the map in cars with good handling and acceleration. This is even more apparent in the new Canyon races, which were another addition that I really liked. But where it loses me is the fact that if you picked muscle, you now have to deal with cars that are abysmal to handle, and in a map that was not designed to account for them. Like, imagine putting a Dodge Challenger and an FDRX7 against each other in a race. That's obviously going to be a very different outcome if they raced on a drag strip versus, say, Suzuka. And that's the problem here. However, the game has a solution for that. And that is, in the later game, the best muscle cars, those being the Corvette and the Viper, have so much acceleration that they can get out of almost any bad position, which is also why they're the go-to cars for speedrunners. Normal players will likely learn about this when they get put in a race against one and it accelerates faster by itself than they can emptying an entire tank of NOS. On a related note, let me show you the most useless feature in this game. Yep, it's the cops. The single best feature from Most Wanted, and the one that's defined a majority of the series, is arguably at its worst here. Which doesn't make much initial sense, given that they're almost a carbon copy from the cops in Most Wanted. But they're a downgrade for 2 reasons. A, they are noticeably tougher than before, through a combination of harder and faster cars, never needing to wait for backup at any heat level, and fewer pursuit breakers than in Most Wanted. And B, there's no reason to do the pursuits in the career outside of the almost unnoticed reward cards, meaning that I spent less than 30 minutes in my total career time dealing with the cops, compared to Most Wanted where it likely took up a majority of my playtime. And speaking of playtime, people talk about Carbon's short length so often, and they talk about the game like there's nothing to do in it. It's not 4 or even 3 hours if you're not speedrunning like some suggest, but is it much more than that? Not really. Looking up full playthroughs on YouTube and using sites like speedrun.com and howlongtobeat.com, I estimate that Carbon is a little over half as long as Most Wanted was. For the vast majority of players, it's not 3 hours, but it is accurate to say it's lacking in total length. But is that necessarily a bad thing? Because one of the biggest complaints against the last 2 games was their length, and how the mid to late games felt fairly repetitive in both. But it all kinda depends. You could see this as trimming the fat and not wasting as much of the player's time, or you could see it as not giving them enough to justify a full purchase. I'm kinda in the middle, because there are things that could and arguably should have been expanded on, like the crew mechanics, the canyon duels, and the customization, all of which could have added to the overall game length. but they just weren't fully utilized here. For a lot of people, Carbon is where they started noticing the pitfalls of EA's push for a yearly release schedule, and its length is usually cited as a major effect, but I'd say it's not the only symptom. There's stuff like the audio, which still holds up well, but doesn't have the punch that games like Most Wanted did. There's the police that I already mentioned, there's the story and characters, all of which tell a hard to follow yet surprisingly shallow narrative, and none of whom bring the same feel and presence to cutscenes as the characters from Most Wanted, outside of the occasionally returning Sergeant Cross. But I think outside of that, Carbon has a deeper core issue for me, and that is a lack of direction. Let me ask you something. What is Underground 1 and 2 about? It's about being an underground street racer. What's Most Wanted about? It's about being the most wanted street racer in Rockport. Spoilers for later, but what's Pro Street and Undercover about? Well, Pro Street is about professionally sanctioned street racing, and Undercover is about being an undercover agent infiltrating a street racing crew. Now, going off of those examples, what is Need for Speed Carbon about that isn't just retreading what came before? You might say you can't judge all of a game simply based off its title, and I'd agree, but if you notice, every other Need for Speed in the Blackbox era gives you some idea of its concept right in the title, which gets reinforced by its gameplay and style, except Carbon. Because what is Carbon about? Is it about canyon duels? Well, no, there's only a handful you ever do, and they're so quick that they don't even take up 1/10 of the total playtime. Is it about crews? Well, not really. The game does give you a decent amount of content based around the crews, but it's either surface level, like the hiring and firing of crew members and gaining new territory for the crew, or it's the closest thing to padding this game has in the form of defending races and race wars. Yes, they did actually call an event that. Well, is it about street racing? Actually, yes, but so have the last three. That doesn't make it special. So while I do enjoy the gameplay of Carbon, I like that this game introduced the kinda underutilized auto sculpt, and I know that this game's unique take on canyon racing will keep bringing me back. I don't know what it is they were trying to make Carbon into. And the funny part is, I think that is the most influential part of this game. I won't spoil it, but I'm fairly certain there are 3 more games that share in Carbon's lack of direction. But before we get there, we have to look at one of the most controversial entries of this era. Now I want to preface this section before I say anything about this game, because Need for Speed Pro Street is not just my favorite Need for Speed game, not just my favorite racing game, but it's in contention for my favorite game of all time. Now let me tell you why it sucks. The game can feel a little floaty in the grip events, which is compounded by the roughly 200 milliseconds of input delay built into the game's physics. They got rid of a lot of the customization from the tuner era games like individual body parts, bringing us back to the all kits all the time system from Most Wanted. There's some noticeable polish issues with this game, even more on the PC port that I'm playing it on. This probably has the second biggest swings in difficulty of this era, only next to the game after Pro Street, and the campaign can be a slog in the later stages, to the point where this and Porsche were the only 2 Need for Speeds I actually had to repeat events in before I was fully comfortable with the physics and mechanics, because of how punishing the mid-late game can be and how stingy it can get with rewards. Now, I wanted to get all my major criticisms out the way first when talking about Pro Street, because even though it's my favorite, it's far from perfect. That and so I don't have to slow down when glazing it for the next 10 minutes.
Who's the champion? Who's number one?
Those that skipped over Pro Street back in the day might have noticed how I never brought up anything about lacking street racing, cops, or an open world. That's because I don't see those as genuine issues with the game. Granted, that was apparently a common thought at the time. Pro Street was almost seen as a spin-off and less a mainline entry, which in a lot of ways just shows how much the perception of Need for Speed had been reshaped in Underground and Most Wanted's images, and is probably my biggest issue with that change in image. Pro Street, unlike the last 3 entries, was a track-based international arcade racer built around a festival that moved all over the world. This meant you now have actual tracks, both real and fictional, to race on, as well as a handful of unique locations said tracks were in. This wasn't just my favorite racing game as I grew up, it was also my first track racer, as I only played a little Gran Turismo 3 as a kid, and I wouldn't get my first Forza Motorsport until I was 12. This might make you think that Pro Street would be more of a sim or simcade racer like R-Factor, Live for Speed, or iRacing, or maybe like the aforementioned GT and Forza, but that was not remotely the case, as Pro Street was still built on a revised version of the game engine behind Most Wanted and Carbon, and while engines like Codemaster's Ego would show the physics-spanning capability of flexible racing engines, EAGL was not one of them. The physics are where my biggest gripe and biggest praise of this game comes from, because yes, this game does have a fraction of a second delay for the steering input, and when you catch me at peak copium, you'll probably hear me trying to rationalize it by saying, it's like if you tried to put a real street car at max steering lock, it'd take you a second to turn that wheel too. They did actually get real behind the wheel experience and data to base the cars on, however it was entirely conducted by Porsche on their test track, so that limited environment and car set may have contributed to some of the quirks in Pro Street's handling. Although my favorite thing about this game, which ties into the physics, is its enhanced sense of speed. This is the only racing game I've found which doesn't just make racing feel dangerously quick, it makes it feel life-threateningly quick. Like the game actively wants the player to wreck their car and is making it feel this fast to telegraph the crash to the player. Now even when I do crash, it looks amazing with the newly added damage, which is one of the best damage models I've seen in a racing game with licensed cars. But besides that, the speed this game provides is insane to deal with, and that's what makes it great. If Most Wanted feels pissed, then Pro Street wants your ass assassinated, and this is no better shown than in the new event type, Speed Challenge, which is exactly what it says in the name. A challenge of speed in the form of either the sprints from the last few games, or the speed trap events, now called top speed runs, from Most Wanted and Carbon. In these events, especially in a car with more than 700 horsepower, I can't think of any other game other than maybe Burnout 3 that can legitimately reach this level of speed. And like Burnout, it comes with the consequences to back that up. That's because the improved damage model wasn't just visual. You now have dynamic damage levels for all kinds of collisions in a race. So now a lightly damaged car will have barely any loss of performance, and a heavily damaged one will have massive damage on the area which said damage was taken. Now to zoom out from the cars for a moment, let's check on the most significant part of a track racer, the tracks. I really like how this is the only racing game I can think of outside of maybe Gran Turismo that actually goes out of its way to stylize its real-life tracks. Like growing up, this was my first exposure to tracks like Autopolis and Willow Springs, and when I played this game, those were some of my favorite tracks. But then I got to play them in other games and they looked like this. Willow Springs in real life is an interesting track that is in the middle of flat, boring desert 2 hours north of LA. And while that is still very apparent here, it looks like it had some major infrastructure and improvements that it just doesn't in actuality, or at least not to the same extent. And they do this with almost every track in the game, adding in barriers, trackside signs, and large aesthetic reinforcing structures to just about every location in the game. It actually reminds me a lot of how in F1 2016, the paddock screen between races takes place in an office, which always shares the same layout because it's set within the rebuildable mobile trailers, but the locations of both your coworkers and outside environment are different with every race. So while a lot of the races in Pro Street do reuse a lot of the same assets, it does so in a way that actually strengthens its style and identity, in a way that few games have tried to replicate. This game also features some genuine improvements in the modes over the last few games. Like they added a new time attack mode into the circuit racing, they changed up the drift mode to make it feel more like real drift competitions. Yes, I know there's mixed opinions on the drift handling, but I liked it. Unless we're talking Tokyo Dockyard. All my homies hate Tokyo Dockyard. Out of all the mode changes, the best came to the drag mode, now incorporating proper tire warm-ups and burnouts, the Christmas tree, and shifting ranges that actually could make some sense. And the best part? No lane changes. It's like a real drag race. It's literally just a straight line. Unless we're talking Nevada drag racing, but it only shows up like twice, so whatever. This is probably the best way I've seen real drag procedure gamified to be this fun.
What's your favorite Need for Speed?
I think my answer usually depends on like the day, like how I feel. If I'm really in the mood for something like illegal street racing kind of thing with cops, I actually think my favorite would be Carbon. But then there's other days where I'm like, okay, I want to, I'm in the mood for something like a little bit more different and a little bit more unique. And like, no joke, on those days, my favorite Need for Speed is Pro Street. Because
Right.
I think there's really nothing like it. Like, truly. Like, I can't point to a single game that feels like Pro Street. It has such a unique vibe, a unique atmosphere, and I feel like racing in it is exhilarating. Like, it's so fun. The soundtrack is probably my favorite out of the entire series.
Yeah.
And although it has, like, really rough edges.
Oh, yeah.
It's just always so fun to just come back to, try a new car. Because that's like the other thing, like you can always build something different. Like there's like 70 cars in that game and 4 game modes, or like four like categories, and you can always like build something different each playthrough. It's nuts.
And of course, this still comes with a lot of what made the last few games great. The music selection is on point, the sound design is unmatched for its day, the cars look amazing, and the vibes are impeccable. And after hearing all this, you may wonder why Pro Street never got more attention than it did. And that was because of how people looked at it before even buying it. I mentioned before how the people who were big on Underground and Most Wanted didn't like Pro Street either, but another group that didn't like it were Sim and Simcade racers who saw the words track racer and assumed Need for Speed was trying to take on Gran Turismo. Which was never the case. I wonder if critics would ever make that stupid mistake again. But if you made that same mistake back in the day, like Racevic,
I was one of those dumb, influential kids that saw the GameSpot reviews saying we're disappointed there's no cop chases or open world and didn't buy the game because of that. I was one of those people. I'm not proud of it. I am not proud to admit this, but that was absolutely the case. And I know I was not alone on that subject.
Right.
There's a reason why that series was so desperate to recapture the energy of Carbon and Hot and Most Wanted after Pro Street's release.
Then I absolutely recommend trying to get Pro Street. The best way to play it is probably the 360 version, although if you're trying to get it on PC, then I obviously wouldn't distribute my own copy of Pro Street, but if someone were to ask me privately, there's a slight chance I know where to find things. Anyway, I'll just move on to the next Oh, it's you. Now, you know how I was really charitable about the flaws that Pro Street has because it's my favorite game? If I was being that charitable with this game, I'd just skip over and pretend like it doesn't exist. Alright? So before I tear this game a new one, let's see how it got this bad. Right, so after Pro Street failed to deliver sales-wise, Need for Speed Undercover, which was a concept they had bounced around for years, was finally put into production a few months before Pro Street's release. However, this game's production cycle was absolutely hellish as far as I can tell. In an interview with then EA CEO John Riccitiello, yes, that John Riccitiello, so you know this is going to be good, stated that they were, quote, torturing a very talented group of people in Vancouver, when referring to their yearly production cycle, and that, quote, I'm confident that Undercover is a much better game than Pro Street, which in reality means Pro Street didn't sell Most Wanted numbers, so I'm going to say that we're going to fix the insane production pipeline, but in reality they started proper work on Undercover 4.5 months before Pro Street came out, and also when they were developing the first Skate. No one in the studio has seen their family in months, lol. The fact that Undercover even boots is a miracle given those factors. And so with that, I'm not going to hold it against anyone for liking this game. If you played this game at a certain time in your life and you enjoyed it, that's fine. But don't waste both mine and your time by claiming Undercover was good actually. It wasn't. It's just not. And that's fine. But don't pull out the Sonic 06 levels of copium just to say it was good actually. Just say you like it and move on, like I did with Pro Street. I know Pro Street isn't perfect, and it's still my favorite, and it's fine if Undercover's like that for you. It's just that in my experience, I couldn't find a single thing that Undercover did well that the last 3 games didn't match or do better. Like, let's start at the ground floor. The physics. The physics somehow strike a fucked up balance where they both feel weightless and like they weigh too much because of how much inertia they have. I realized very quickly that all the cars have an auto-centering effect after you finish a turn, but also that it's almost entirely visual? Driving quickly in this game, it feels like trying to hit a perfect score in darts with a spiked water balloon. It's sloppy, loose, and awful. I wanted to compare it to another Need for Speed game, and of all the games it felt similar to, the one that I thought of was actually High Stakes. Don't believe me? Look at this. See how in both of them you primarily control the car by turning the wheel and watching as the rear end swings out but without actually sliding? Although I think High Stakes does it much better because it's consistent, unlike Undercover, and because its tracks were designed with the handling model in mind, by making the tracks wider to account for the looser handling. This game doesn't even try to do that, and gives us one of the tightest maps up to now with one of the floppiest driving models. And I'm sorry, what am I looking at? You mean to tell me that after the color filter experiments of Most Wanted and Carbon were put behind us with the clean aesthetic of Pro Street, that this was a good way to return to open world NFS? I get the feeling that one of the lead artists must have went over to Criterion while they were developing Burnout Paradise, saw how that game was going to look, and they decided to copy it and turn it up to 13. I didn't really like that aesthetic there, and so I'm definitely not going to like it here when it's paired with immense bloom and some of the worst lens effects I've ever seen. They brought back the blur effects that Pro Street was lacking in order to enhance the sense of speed in Undercover. Unfortunately, they didn't expand on what made those effects work in the previous entries. To compare it to Carbon and Most Wanted, both of those games use things like camera shake, speed lines off the car, a very dynamic rotating camera, and heavy motion blur to enhance the feeling of going fast. Most Wanted basically stops there with the effects outside of a massive nitrous light trail, my guess being because of how it would look to stack more effects on top of the fairly obnoxious piss filter. In Carbon's case, its purple-green filter isn't nearly as strong, which gives more room for a light amount of lens blurring around the edges of the visible scene, which feels especially impactful when boosting out of straights, as well as a minor vignette which games like Forza Motorsport 4 would use even more. Undercover, on the other hand, decided camera shake, static camera edge blurring, and this weird flickering thing that I thought was something caught in my eye were good ways to simulate speed. Now, I gotta be fair when looking at this game. What does this game actually do well? There's the customization, which had all of its improvements made, like full body auto sculpt and all of the part choice from Pro Street. There's the story.
Very dangerous.
Where they basically said, you know how our first big game ripped off the vibe of Fast and Furious? Why don't we just rip off the undercover cop story from Fast and Furious 2 and make it worse? That'll do. What about the music? This is one point I will kinda give Undercover. Granted, this was also done better before. I did actually enjoy some of the tracks, like the ones from Justice, Pendulum, and The Prodigy, but others sounded like royalty-free EDM music. One was a flamenco song in a game with zero Spanish flair, and the other was a mid-taiga track. The bit that really got me was the garage theme, which was 1/2 ambient and IDM tracks, and 1/2 people whispering into the mic in a tone that made me actively not want to tune my cars. I just don't have anything really good to say about this game. This is legitimately the only Need for Speed I rage quit because of how broken it was. Let me paint the scene. For the vast majority of the game, it is extremely easy. Like carbon drifting easy. I was beating high-end sports cars and moderate supercars in an Audi TT and Dodge Charger with only medium performance parts. Then, I got to an event where I was against R34s, RX-7s, and a couple other cars in that same performance range, when I was in an upgraded Evo 10, and I got my shit kicked in. I was on this event for over 30 minutes until I said, fuck it, it's not worth it, I'm actively not having fun with this. And what makes this even worse is what was surrounding Undercover. Because 2008 was absolutely stacked for racing games. You had Race Driver Grid, Midnight Club LA, Burnout Paradise, MotorStorm Pacific Rift, and Mario Kart Wii, all of which beat the pants off of Need for Speed in 2008. Which I think is what persuaded EA to make some much needed changes to how Need for Speed would be handled going forward. There's no real absolute date for when the third major era in Need for Speed's history started, what I call the Flux Era, due to the public not really knowing what Need for Speed was going to do next and having a lot of different developers try their hand at it. Although a good candidate for when it started was here with Need for Speed Shift, marking the first time another developer other than EA Seattle, Canada, or Blackbox developed a console Need for Speed. In this case being developed by the then new Slightly Mad Studios. Formed from the team behind the first two GTR games, Slightly Mad Studios didn't have a background of building arcade racers, but instead in building racing simulators. That might seem out of place for a Need for Speed, but I think as its first attempt to enter the simcade market, they did a pretty good job. Now some of you might have heard the word simcade and again assumed that Need for Speed was going after one of its largest competitors in Gran Turismo, but that was never the point of Shift. Because simcade isn't a defined concept, it's a spectrum, which by my estimate, and adjusting slightly for when games came out, looks something like this. And even though the GTR games sit about here on the spectrum, Need for Speed Shift sits about here. Along with the game I really think they were going for, Race Driver Grid. Because both are games with handling built around realistic weight and suspension models, but given arcade racer levels of grip and downforce. Both include several different disciplines of racing and drifting, and both have aesthetic and gameplay additions which enhance a lot of their feel in races, and make them both feel distinctly different from the comparably flat-looking GT and Forza. And that's where I think Shift really shines, because it goes out of its way to give track racing an edge that few other games give it. When you're racing, the engines and gearboxes whine and scream, the roar of your V8 or V12 overpowering anything else around you. And sure, it can get a little overpowering, but would you rather have this? Or this? Thought so. The physics, while they can take a little time getting used to, are built around the inertia and body roll of the car, making it so that you feel every little bump and action you make through the car. And in the off chance you fail to control your car, the screen blurs, the colors fade, and the driver pants in shock after what just happened. This isn't just a realistic crash, this is a real crash. And like with Pro Street, the crashes are modeled in incredible detail. Everything on the car bends and buckles, the wheels fall off, and the only panels that stay on the car are the doors, quarter panels, and roof. And that isn't even the only similarity this game shares with Pro Street. In fact, this is arguably a spiritual successor to Pro Street, which is probably why I like it so much. It's another game that takes the customization, innovation, and edge of a Need for Speed and applies it to a sim-influenced track racer. And like Pro Street, it's also far from perfect. The campaign mode is fairly short, especially if you don't do all the extra side content. The drifting feels genuinely painful to do, and the driving model in general has been heavily criticized in retrospect. Which makes sense for this game. However, I'd say the biggest issues people have with it actually stem from the loose yet snappy chase cam. So I'd say the best way to experience this game is in the cockpit cam with the HUD turned off. And oh yeah, they finally brought back the cockpit after being absent for the last 9 years, and with its best iteration yet, being very dynamic both in motion and with blurring specific parts of the screen to emphasize the speed and cinematic feel of this game.
In this particular case, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to say which one is a specific favorite. All I know is that in terms of the games that have stuck with me personally, the ones that I think of that I really love about this series, it's definitely Most Wanted, Carbon, Porsche Unleashed, both versions, and Shift, actually. Shift is one of those games that I really enjoyed because, like I said, Shift was a game that made me look at a Gran Turismo or Forza game and go like, oh, these things really can up their presentation. They can be more than just, oh, you're here for the decent physics and car collecting. Like, no, you can make driving a vehicle emotional. You can make it visceral. You can make it as intense as firing a gun in a shooter. You can make that stuff as compelling and interesting as anything else that's out there. Because, and also to me, that makes sense because speed itself is one of the main adrenaline like things that people go for. It's one of the most direct things that goes, its speed is one of the things that is able to so easily bypass all the logic in our brains. It is the thing that can go to that animal part of you're just in danger. You're in danger because everything, what the fuck is going on here? And that excitement, that is something that you can absolutely capture in a game. And I feel like that's what the Shift games got to.
Right.
You know, all of their gameplay structure and all of their physics issues aside, the core of those games being the over-the-top sounds and camera movements, it's something that you've noticed that in even the sim racing space, a lot of games have the options for helmet cams. They have typically more body roll and motion. They put more effort into making you feel like you are the driver of a vehicle than just this kind of beep boop fucking robot, I am moving car around kind of thing.
Right.
And I feel like that's very much what the Shift games influenced on the genre.
And that's another area this game does better than most. Its look. This isn't your usually flat and static track racer. This game has motion blur, lens flares, depth of field / lens blur, and some of the best lighting of its era. This game started a design trend which the series would follow for the next 5 years, which would best be described as stylized realism, basically taking the realistic elements and exaggerating certain aspects to make them look better. And you see this done in tons of different games, with the best example I can think of being the GTA games. They pretty much always make a very real looking environment, but then they take more creative license with the lighting, color palette, and character designs to ensure it looks good both then and now, and to avoid the pitfalls of hyper-realism like the Uncanny Valley. In Shift's case, I think that elevates its visual quality to where it matches and in some ways even exceeds its contemporaries when going back to it now. And I think that's emblematic of much of this game. While its lows are much lower than the games that surrounded it, its highs are arguably higher than they ever reached. And so if you ever wanted to see what Need for Speed's proper track racer would look like, or you want to try something new you've never seen before other than Codemaster's Grid, then give Shift a shot. Then again, there might be an even better game for you later if that's what you're looking for.
And now for something completely different.
Need for Speed Nitro is basically the polar opposite of Shift. It's just about as arcadey as you could get at the time, with this being the only Need for Speed to actively take influence from Mario Kart for its gameplay mechanics and style. Also, unlike Shift, I don't really have many strong feelings about this game. This was basically Need for Speed's attempt to get into the kart racing market, especially with this game being made exclusively for the Wii and DS, and to be honest, they didn't do the best job. And by they, I mean another new team to Need for Speed, EA Montreal, who spent basically their entire existence making spin-offs and ports for larger other franchises. Yeah, this basically was handed off to the C team, and it kinda shows. This is the first Need for Speed to try out Brake to Drift. And while it's not completely awful, it's not particularly good either, with the cars lacking in believable inertia and the tracks and events often designed in ways that actively highlight the negatives of the physics engine. The general style of this game is interesting, with it being based on a lot of graffiti, bold lines, and bright colors, and the cars having their proportions exaggerated to, I guess, better fit that look? I'm not really sure. Although there is a customization system in this game, which looks basic when compared to any of the games post Hot Pursuit 2. And similarly bare bones is the campaign, which spans several different regions across the world, but without really showing any of what makes those regions special. They even start you out in Brazil and don't let you buy the Fusca to begin with. Like, how could you miss out on that? Overall, the game just lacks content, mechanics, and in some ways even quality gameplay for what I'd expect in a Need for Speed. Granted, this is barely above licensed shovelware, so this is about what I'd expect for that. Now, coming off of the track-focused Shift and the super arcadey Nitro, you might expect the series to go back to something we were more familiar with. And while that would eventually happen, there was still plenty of experimentation to come in the Flux era. You might remember how I mentioned Motor City Online earlier in the video, and how it was originally going to be a Need for Speed, but was eventually changed to a smaller online-only offshoot MMO? Well, EA decided to do that again, but this time with Blackbox at the helm. And how did it turn out? Actually pretty alright. Need for Speed World was the first Need for Speed to release in the 2010s, and was also one in a line of several free-to-play MMOs EA released around that time, including Battlefield Play for Free, Star Wars The Old Republic, and FIFA World. These games were notable for being MMO spin-offs of basically all the top EA properties outside of The Sims, and for being filled with a classic of EA at the time, pay to win. Or at the very least, pay to not grind for 8 years on it to unlock the stuff you actually want. Shout out to all my Battlefront 2 enjoyers. And Need for Speed was no exception to this. And that, combined with the game lacking both the single-player content and progression of a normal racing game, and many of the RPG-like elements people had come to expect from online MMOs of the day, led to the game getting fairly mixed reviews, which compounded even more by some lackluster updates, the studio behind it getting cut down, rebranded, and shut down just 3 years into its lifespan, and a dwindling consumer base, altogether caused the game to be shut down on July 14th, 2015. However, this was not the end for Need for Speed World. Because many of the players knew the nature of online-only multiplayer games, and were given a 3-month heads up on when it was going to be shut down, a few players had already began collecting resources and data to use in an offline version of the game. The most notable was a project started by Nilzau following the announcement, which later got Burke2578 involved, and after about a year of working on the offline patch, they switched to trying to restore the online functionality. This was also a little before Hey It's Leo got involved with the project, who actually helped me write this section, and who is currently the head of what was rebranded to Soapbox Race World, which is how most people experience World now, and was made operational, depending on how you define operational, somewhere between late 2017 and mid 2018. This is how most people experience the game now, and how I experienced it for this video. And to be completely honest, I wasn't really all that impressed, not with the work they had done, but with the game itself. And I don't think that's necessarily a fault of the game, but more the expectations I had going into it. I know that this game is very literally supposed to be a racing MMO, but when I hear that, like the critics of the time, I'm expecting either more of a racing campaign that I could do with friends, almost like the co-op campaign in Forza Horizon 3, or I'm expecting more MMORPG elements, like leveling up your tuning skill to get new parts and options, or gaining status with certain car manufacturers for discounts and such, a la classic Forza Motorsport, but this game doesn't really do either. And while I do appreciate getting rid of the pay-to-win and extremely grindy aspects of the game, I haven't found many super compelling ways to add a progression into World's framework so far. And what also kind of takes it down a peg for me is all the recycled and or downgraded content. Like the car listing customization is pretty solid, especially for the time, and even more so with all the new cars people have modded in. But outside of that, the map and physics are nearly ripped straight from Most Wanted and Carbon and stapled together. The extra downside of which is losing a lot of the sense of speed elements that those games had, but with the added upside of a proper day-night cycle you can experience in both maps. So while I do like World on a conceptual level, and give massive props to all the people who've worked on it over the years, I personally just don't get much out of it. Which is unfortunate, because I really wanted to like World. I have a few friends who are really into World, but it just doesn't hit for me. Which brings me on to a game that gives me a similar level of confliction. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. the first time a name would be rebooted in the Need for Speed franchise, and certainly not the last. To get the full picture of Hot Pursuit 2010, which I'll just be calling Hot Pursuit for the rest of this section, we'll need to get context on its developer, Criterion. Criterion had already established themselves as industry legends with their amazing Burnout series and innovative renderware engine, which powered so much of the 6th gen, but going into the late 2000s, the most recent thing they had worked on was the critically acclaimed yet slightly looked down on by the public Burnout Paradise, which in many ways laid the blueprint for modern online open-world racers. Check out my Burnout video if you want to learn more. But anyway, Criterion had just come off the back of their slight dip in their perception following Paradise, although, as mentioned before in 2008, if Paradise was a dip for Criterion, then Undercover was a crater for Blackbox. And if you track the timeline of events, Criterion started working on Hot Pursuit not long after Undercover in early 2009, and wouldn't come out until November 16th, 2010. This day could also be seen as the starting point of the aforementioned Flux Era, but in my opinion it's more accurate to say that this is the start of the Supercar trilogy, that being Hot Pursuit, Most Wanted 2012, and Rivals. Because all these games were developed by the same studio, play very similarly, and all share more aesthetics and gameplay than any other group in this era other than the two shifts. This would also start another trend in Need for Speed's history: reverence for the past, in many cases to an obnoxious level. You might have noticed that this game shares its name with one of the most acclaimed games of the classic era, and that was done on purpose, as this was made as a reboot of that sub-series, making this the 4th entry in the series along with the original, High Stakes, and Hot Pursuit 2. Although some hardcore fans didn't see it like that because of how much Burnout influence was added in. This can almost immediately be seen in the campaign, which was split into comp and racer events spread across a large map in a very similar vein to Burnout 3. And the Burnout influence is even stronger in the gameplay, with an emphasis on taking down your opponents, whether that's ramming street racers as a comp or taking down fellow street racers and comps in the racer mode, all accompanied by initially visually strong but eventually tedious crash cams. Another place where Burnout Paradise specifically influenced Hot Pursuit is in this game's approach to physics. You remember whenever I was complimenting the Blackbox Era Need for Speeds for their weighty handling, especially when compared to the light feeling of the classic era games? Well, I wasn't the only person complimenting them for feeling like that, but as it turns out, we were stupid. Because Criterion heard people compliment Blackbox for giving the cars actual weight, and went, what if we do that, but more? And made one of the heaviest feeling handling models I've ever laid hands on, with all the cars feeling like they take 8 years to change direction, and making any kind of moment-to-moment battle practically impossible. This came from the same school of thought as Burnout Paradise, which shares this characteristic with Hot Pursuit, the difference being that it actually wasn't as bad in Paradise, and also it wasn't combined with one of the most malign mechanics in the last 15 years of racing games, Brake to Drift. Now, Brake to Drift itself isn't inherently a bad thing. Ridge Racer proved that 25 years ago. But what Ridge Racer also demonstrated was that if you're going to do Brake to Drift, you have to design the races and map around that handling model.
As mainstream as those games were, there's nothing else that plays like the old black box games right now. Virtually everything went the Brake to Drift model in terms of game feel. And the irony is, the franchise that was the main reference point for that went away at the same time. The last mainline Ridge Racer game was 7 in 2007. And ever since then, it was mainly Need for Speed taking that mantle. And it's just kind of ironic to think that the games that define Need for Speed's style, Burnout, Ridge Racer, those were games that were being outsold by Need for Speed with its distinctive playstyle that is not being carried over in the modern day.
Right. Why would they like change it over to something which, from at least a business standpoint, wasn't doing as well?
Well, yeah, because I think it's this thing of this is what happens when you get business people that are leading franchises that don't have much of an understanding of a game on a mechanical level, because because with Hot Pursuit, it's handling whether you like it or not. I'm in the camp of someone who doesn't like it. It makes sense. And it primarily makes sense because it's Criterion, and Criterion's is Burnout. And Hot Pursuit, when you scratch off the Need for Speed label, it's a Burnout game in disguise. And that's fine. That's not an issue because Criterion was hired specifically to bring their expertise, because that was when Need for Speed was struggling. They were having a bit of the test drive issue. They were having the issue of the games are not selling as well. We need someone else to come along and kind of give us a new blueprint. And hadn't Hot Pursuit failed, it would have gone down the test drive route. Because if you think about it, that's when you had in the same year or in the same timeline, you had Nitro, Shift, and Hot Pursuit, all with the Need for Speed badge.
Right.
And they all play completely differently.
Designing around brake to drift usually means long, fast, flowing corners with lots of room for error, sometimes even accompanied with extra grip zones in tighter sections, both of which feature in the Ridge Racer games.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of people miss. Like, I think a lot of people still nowadays complain about the handling in Need for Speed. Honestly, like, for the most part, it's not the handling, it's how the handling is utilized and how the maps are built around it. Like, the brake to drift handling that they started to use with Opposite 2010 worked excellently in that game, because most of the roads there were extremely wide, long corners. Like, you could tell the tracks, or rather the map, was built around the handling. Whereas nowadays, it feels like they completely lost that memo. So you still have this like brake to drift handling model that needs wide roads, that needs long corners, but they built these narrow streets with like a bunch of traffic that's crossing.
Now, does Hot Pursuit 2010 do this? Yes and no. The map, while also visually stunning and a treat to just cruise around in and look at, does work within the brake to drift framework. The problem is, this isn't a Ridge Racer game. It's a Need for Speed game. And not just any Need for Speed, but a Hot Pursuit, which means cops, tight races, crashing, and immediate feedback are the name of the game. Now you might be able to see where my problems are. Because I do like driving in this game at high speed, sliding around mountain corners and perfectly dodging stationary roadblocks, but to have actual battles in the races and pursuits with the cops, I need that immediate feedback that what I'm doing is affecting the game. Because when I fail, it cheapens it and makes it feel like it wasn't my fault. It's basically the opposite effect the Midnight Club games have, especially 2 and 3, where you will fail frequently, especially when you're just starting out, but with the exception of traffic and AI bullshittery, every time you fail, it feels like it's on you, or at the very least feels like you could have prevented it, because of how snappy and immediate those games feel. Even the classic Burnouts did this effectively by giving us cars that, yes, could also brake to drift, but were also so light and nimble that you always felt in control of your actions, and in control of your failures. While this usually doesn't impact the single-player campaign, which itself does suffer from very Burnout 3 and Revenge-like repetition, but with the crash mode and traffic attacks swapped out for the new cop events, the physics really show their weak spots in the multiplayer, where the slow, unresponsive, and obtuse handling makes it extremely difficult to properly dodge and anticipate movements when playing in modes like Hot Pursuit or Markman. Granted, I do still really like those modes. I actually take place in a bi-weekly Hot Pursuit night in fellow YouTube racing gamist Ultraviolet's Discord, and a genuine rule that we started having to implement was something we called no crash busting, which for those unfamiliar with how Hot Pursuit works, when a racer crashes out, they are stuck in a crash cam animation for about 5 to 10 seconds. In that time, their car still counts as a physical player in-world, so a cop player can just pull up alongside them and bust them in about 3 seconds. There is no way to counter this. And things like that are what brings it down a peg for me. But even with all those negatives, I still enjoyed this game. Like, the aesthetics of this game are still just as strong as the day it came out. Granted, I am playing this on the remastered edition, which made some minor changes, But outside of having to use the EA launcher and missing the SLR McLarens, I think this is a more than fine way to experience the game. The graphics hit the same stylized realism note that I talked about with Shift, but now in a way that fits the design of Hot Pursuit itself more. Its map is one of the most diverse in the series up to this point, with beautiful beaches, towering trees, flat desert patches, and snowy mountain passes, all connected in a way that's perfect for this kind of gameplay. The OST genuinely slaps, with additions from Deadmau5, Lupe, MIA, Pendulum, and of course the intro theme by 30 Seconds to Mars that I definitely would have put in the section intro, if not for copyright. And it's not just the style, I like the mechanics in this game too. I found out that some people are really put off by the equipment in this game because they see it as being too arcadey or something. I never really got that. If anything, this fills the takedown size hole in the Burnout style gameplay that the harder cars in this game made. Also, one of the best feelings in this game is when you hit the turbo and get the shit always hits. So do I think this is a solid title for the modern Need for Speed era? Actually, yeah, I do. And I see why it got a remaster even if there are other titles people wanted more. I just gotta hope they work on changing or improving the physics some if they plan to take it back to an open world. Cause no one would be unaware enough to put these physics into a Most Wanted style open world. Right? Shift 2 is another game where I don't really have a whole lot to speak on, but that's not because it's boring or lacks content, far from it. It's really just because of how similar the games are. In 90% of this game, Shift 2 is just a better version of Shift 1. They expanded the car list, now including a bunch of new models that were coming out in the early 2010s. They improved the upgrade system by giving us more detailed options like individual engine, transmission, and handling components, which all contribute to unlocking the Works conversion, one of the coolest parts of both Shift games. I didn't mention the Works kit in the first section because it was just limited to a fraction of the car list. Basically what it does is it turns your car into a time attack or GT style monster with a crazy body kit and everything. And now in Shift 2, it can be applied to a vast majority of the car list. Speaking of time attack and GT cars, Shift 2 now features some real-life motorsports, as well as certain motorsport professionals who accompany you along your journey, along with giving their real-life cars to the player should they complete their discipline. Prominent examples are Chris Ratto for Time Attack and the DLC-only Drag series, Tommy Milner for the Endurance series, Jamie Campbell-Walter for the FIA GT1 series, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. who accompanies you and narrates the majority of the game, as well as being over the Drift Championship. And speaking of the drifting, this is one area where you'll notice a major difference in the games: the handling. This is most apparent with the drifting because it feels so much better than in Drift 1, although it's a little track dependent like with Pro Street, and also can be impacted by your tires popping mid-drift from overheating. An example of the newly overhauled damage model that I'm definitely gonna get to. Although, the physics are the one area I've seen people disagree about the most between the games, with some saying that the original feels leagues better in races. I wouldn't go that far, but I will say that Shift 2 does feel a little looser compared to the not exactly rigid handling from the first, which I know could be a turnoff for some, but again, if the race handling is a little worse, then the drifting is miles better. So if you plan to do both, it kinda averages out. They kept most of the art direction the same, making minor adjustments to the graphics and making it look a little more cinematic. The music was noticeably better, as they did something really unique with it. They took about a dozen licensed rock songs and made different remixes of them for menus, for finishing on the podium, and for losing the race, as well as a few different tracks for drifting, as like in Shift 1, you normally don't have any music playing in the races, just the immaculately crafted roar of your engine. And speaking of the engine, you can now get a good look at it after your car spends 30 seconds tumbling end over end and losing 3 of its wheels, the hood, and half the body panels. Nissan Silvia S14, 40 miles, never raced or rallied, no lowballers, I know what I have. Now it might be just the nostalgia talking, as I only grew up with Shift 2 and not the original, but in many ways I see Shift 2 as the more polished and expanded Shift 1. As it also comes with more content in the form of the cars, tracks, and events than Shift 1 did. But all in all, I think they're both really unique Simcade track racers that I'd say you have to at least try once and see if you'd like it, even if you don't normally play track racers or arcade racers. Shift just gives an experience you can't really find anywhere else, which I think also applies to the next game in our lineup. What happens when you take a studio, split it up 4 ways to work on separate projects, get one of those sections working on a story-focused game, even though they're not known for their amazing storytelling, and give them a year to take a game engine made for shooters and turn it into a racing game? You get Need for Speed The Run. The Run has always kind of interested me in how a game ends up like this. Even before I knew anything about games or game development, I was kind of fascinated by how the studio that was behind so many of my favorite racing games could fall short in so many areas. And even more so that, despite those flaws, I still found a lot to like in it. I think to be more fair on The Run, I'm going to start with what I liked about the game. I really liked the shift towards a more movie-like way of storytelling and design, even if the story itself, with its vagueness and lack of real weight, wasn't the best work I've seen in a racing game. This kind of shift really comes into play with the environments, with each area hosting an immaculately crafted rendition of major American cities and national landmarks as you make your way from San Francisco to New York. The environments also feature a lot of destructibles and dynamic events to keep things visually interesting, similar to a Split Second or really more a MotorStorm Apocalypse. As like MotorStorm, when exactly these events happen is out of the player's hands. And like the environment, the general look and sound of this game is done extremely well. This is likely another case where YouTube's compression isn't telling the full story, but if you get the chance to play this game, you'll see just how good it looks. The intro to this game is probably the most truly cinematic thing a Need for Speed has ever had. Even if you don't want to play the game, go boot it up and have a look at it, cause it's really cool. This would also have been one of the best soundtracks and general sound designs in a Need for Speed. Brian Tyler does amazing work here. If not for one of my biggest negatives with the game, its sound quality. I'm not sure if you're going to notice this if you have especially low-end sound hardware or listening out of a phone speaker, but if you're listening out of anything at least as good as like Apple EarPods, then you should be able to make out what sounds like low bitrate MP3 compression all over this game. I originally thought it was a single level, until I was still hearing it an hour later. I thought maybe my audio settings were off, until I realized I had it on high quality, and I thought maybe it was just the PC port, until I found out from YouTube that the 360 and PS3 versions sound the same. Every version of the run has this awful scratchy sound that ruins the audio on decent equipment. Which is unfortunate because now I have no idea what these cars are actually supposed to sound like. I just know that now they sound worse than the cars from Need for Speeds a decade ago. And that's not my only gripe with this game. Another one comes in one of my favorite things to talk about, the handling. Some people mistakenly label the run as having brake to drift. It's really not, but what it is floaty and kind of vague, with a light amount of input delay just to top it right off. The modes in this game are mostly fine, if a little one note, as the entire game consists of either sprint race, time trial, sprint race plus time trial, sprint race with a single opponent, and time trial with a health bar. And every now and then you'll get hit with one of the more controversial additions to the gameplay, quick time events. Because remember, this was 2011. I don't hate the QTEs, but like, if they were outright removed from the game and just replaced with more cutscenes, I probably wouldn't be too bothered about it. Oh yeah, the story. This is basically what the entire game is built around, yet it matters surprisingly little to the overall experience. It's basically just, skill driver pisses off Ann Mob, and now they want him dead. But instead he does off-brand Cannonball Run to make some money and pay off his debts, with all the action movie chase bullshit and digitized swimsuit model cleavage shots, yes that's real, as you wouldn't really expect from a Need for Speed. The marketing team made it sound like this game was literally directed by Michael Bay, and yes there was some inspiration taken, but it obviously wasn't a one-to-one Bay-like experience, even in the QTEs. Before I get to my conclusion on the run, I do want to make note of something. The run was actually the first console Need for Speed, as in not counting World, to have a bunch of unique cars that pay homage to the older Need for Speeds directly. This comes in the form of signature cars like Eddie's GTR, Darius's Audi R8, and of course the player's car from Most Wanted. Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, seeing as Blackbox developed almost all of those games referenced from the cars, and basically all of them were less than 8 years old as of the run's release. Speaking of the older Blackbox games, there is actually something really important that those games share with the run that I don't think gets discussed enough, and that is just trying something different and out there. As much as I may dog on the run for its many faults, it does share a similar ethos with the older entries in the Blackbox era, effectively taking what was popular and unique about the media and car culture landscape of the day and trying to make that into an interesting gaming experience. And despite my issues with it, I have to commend the run for that. However, this kind of different approach to story and gameplay wasn't enough to draw in players, who criticized it as cliche, unfinished, and painfully short. Most people could beat this in a single session. This meant the game suffered critically and commercially, and was mostly considered a failure by EA. And after the string of disappointments from the developers of Need for Speed's most profitable era and the Skate trilogy, because yes, they also developed Skate, EA Blackbox had significant layoffs in early 2012, was rebranded to Quicklime Games in July 2012, and by that time the next year, the studio was dissolved entirely. Most devs went off to other projects, with some staying on to help steady the new heads of Need for Speed in Criterion and Ghost Games. This marked another massive shift in what Need for Speed was going to look like in the future, and looking back, I really do see what people mean when they talk about the special quality of the Blackbox era games, because even their rougher entries had some almost intangible spark to them that made them special, along with the great additions and innovations they brought to the table. And I think even the higher-ups at EA from the time agreed about that, although that kind of powerful reverence could come back to bite them if handled poorly. But EA would never do something like that. Have you learned nothing? As we enter into 2012, it had become pretty clear that Blackbox was no longer the main studio for the Need for Speed franchise. At this point, they were basically just the update and support studio for Need for Speed World, kinda like the team currently working on the updates for Unbound. And while it technically wouldn't be official until 2013, it was all but confirmed at this point that Criterion would be taking the torch from Blackbox as the leads of Need for Speed. Criterion had already established themselves as a pair of steady hands for Need for Speed with Hot Pursuit, but this was the first time that they were the only studio developing a mainline Need for Speed, because this was also still in the era where EA made a billion Need for Speed ports for random consoles, although that did actually stop here. So what did they come up with for their second attempt at a Need for Speed? Most Wanted 2012. I know in the past I've really talked down about Most Wanted 2012, and while I do stand by some of those criticisms, I don't think I really got to the core issue of the game. In my opinion, Most Wanted 2012 is probably the most overrated and overhated Need for Speed at the same time. And I mean that it earns both of those titles at the same time. Unbound is probably the most overhated Need for Speed, and the original Most Wanted is probably the most overrated, but Most Wanted 2012 somehow achieves both, and in a way that's unique to it. I'll start with why I think the game is overrated. A lot of people, especially after its release, compared the game to Criterion's last open-world arcade racer in Burnout Paradise, with some even deriding it as a poor imitation and calling it Burnout Fairhaven. While I do think those critiques are fair, from my POV, if I were to treat this like a Burnout, it would fall short in too many areas. Die-hard 2012 fans, you may want to cover your ears for this next bit. While coming up with ideas for this script, the idea popped into my head that this had the worst feeling physics of any Need for Speed. Yes, even worse than 2 Undercover in 2015. After playing through more of the game, I did eventually retract that idea, even though I do have problems with the physics, and corrected it to its core truth. That this has the worst collision detection of any Need for Speed. When playing this game, I spend about 20% of my time looking at crash cams, because they seem to happen all the damn time. And when you can get in crashes from this, and even this, I would call this a fundamentally flawed component of the gameplay. Now, some might argue that Burnouts of old did the same thing, but in Burnout, it's distinctly different. Let's take Burnout 3 for example. In Burnout 3, when you take out an opponent, you get the spectacle of seeing them fly against the guardrail or off the cliff face for a few seconds, and then you get right back into the gameplay. When you crash out, you might think it just happens and the pace of the game slows down from there, but no, they implemented Aftertouch, making sure there is still some gameplay going on even in the slow moments. The crashes also always look cool too. Now let's look at 2012. In this game, all the opponent takedowns look comparatively uninteresting and have a fraction of the impact, with the only exception being the boss takedowns after winning their races, which is ripped almost one-to-one from Burnout Paradise. The player's crashes are also significantly downgraded, with the spectacle not on the level of its main influence, especially in the trivially small crashes, but also with their length and lack of gameplay, they basically act as a hard break in the action, which, for a game trying to follow in Burnout's footsteps, I see as a negative. I would also like to make note of the physics and progression, as they're another area I take issue with. Like I forcefully foreshadowed in the Hot Pursuit section, Most Wanted 2012 shares most of its physics base with Hot Pursuit 2010. However, unlike Hot Pursuit, this game has a much tighter, more varied design-wise, and more complex map, meaning the experience of traversing and racing on the map is more difficult than it needs to be because of the floaty, heavy, and brake-to-drift focused mechanics that don't fit well with a map that's trying to emulate Need for Speeds of old. I felt this kind of way even being a kid and playing this for the first time when I was like 7 or 8, And over a decade, and with the experience of 100 other racing games later, yeah, this still feels off. And alongside the physics, I have my issues with the progression. Now, I don't hold the campaign as major an issue as some might, but I do have problems with it, mainly being how directionless it feels. This isn't about it having a story, because Hot Pursuit and the Burnouts don't have a story and they handle this fine. It's more about, what am I progressing towards? This game gives you a list of most wanted drivers, but they're not drivers, they're cars. You progress in the campaign to get better cars, which is funny because 85% of the car list is just found by driving around the map. Or it would be if half of it wasn't DLC. Like, even when compared to the basic campaigns of games like High Stakes, Porsche, and Hot Pursuit 2, 2012 just doesn't have the kind of focus with its single player. That actually tracks with another theory I have about Most Wanted, which actually ties into why I think this game is so overhated. That being that Most Wanted 2012 is a racing game that isn't made for racing. And I can prove it. Sorta. See, while I was researching Burnout Paradise for my Burnout review back in May of this year, I came across a figure which several developers at Criterion cited when talking about how people spent time playing their game.
We had quite a powerful telemetry engine. We knew where people were playing, what they were doing, really understand where they were crashing, and we found out that 90% of our players weren't even kind of doing the races. They were just kind of driving around, focusing on the social features. So
90%. That's the percentage of how many players weren't doing the racing and instead focused on the multiplayer and social aspects. And when you look at the back of the box on most console releases of Most Wanted, you see, quote, the most socially connected racing game ever. That's why one of the first things the game hits you with in the intro is Autolog 2.0 and leaderboards. That's why the map has so many extra activities like billboards and speed cameras and security gates, which also trigger in races for some reason. And that's why the single player kinda sucks, because they knew that since they were building a gameplay follow-up to Paradise, players were probably going to be more interested in all the extra features around the game, rather than its single-player campaign content. I did also try the multiplayer a few times, and while I did prefer it to the single player, I also preferred Burnout Paradise's multiplayer to both of them. And this brings me on to where I really think this game is overhated. The vast majority of the vitriol this game gets comes from a single place. This name right here. Early development leaks and builds suggest that concepts for the game were almost like an in-between of the gameplay and style from the original Most Wanted and Burnout Paradise. But due to poor management and constraints both from EA and internally within Criterion, what we got skewed far more in Paradise's direction, to the disappointment of thousands of Need for Speed fans. That's why when you see people who aren't die-hard racing game fans talk about 2012 after playing the original, it's usually like,
Shut up, bitch!
Which I think is a little unfair, because there is some genuinely cool stuff in this game. When I booted up the game for the first time again on PC, I was actually surprised by just how good it looks and sounds. Keep in mind, as of recording, this game is now 12 years old. And yet the game looks and sounds like this. And speaking of sounds, I really like the soundtrack to this game. Sure, it's not 100% winners, but there are a few games that are. And what is here absolutely bangs. Especially the intro Butterflies and Hurricanes by Muse. If you bought the game and enjoy it purely based off this song, I wouldn't blame you. I've seen some people criticize the game's soundtrack for being dated, especially in the pop-leaning tracks. Yeah, this is a Need for Speed soundtrack. Even when they had original compositions, they all sounded extremely of the time. That's kind of why most Need for Speed OSTs work, is because they act as a time capsule of that era. And to relate this back to overhating on Most Wanted 2012, I don't necessarily think 2012 is a bad game, But when you give a game the name of Need for Speed's best-selling title, the gameplay of one of the most influential releases of the last 2 decades in racing games, and make it a follow-up to the revitalization of the Need for Speed name, and then make it play like none of them, people are rightfully gonna get upset. What I'd really want to see is for someone to take the strengths of both Hot Pursuit and Most Wanted and put them together with some new ideas from Criterion. Now that would be cool. Now the story behind this next game is a little complicated, but also a little cool. So in mid-2011, EA formed a new studio which at the time was stated to be another group that would work on developing games with the new Frostbite engine and not explicitly racing games. Because we all saw what it looked like the last time they tried to make a racing game in Frostbite. But looking at who they got to kickstart the team, it felt like this studio was basically made to work on a Need for Speed. You got people from DICE to help work on the new engine they developed. You got some in from Sinbin, Slightly Mad, Turn 10 and Playground, Bizarre Creations, Blackbox, eventually Criterion, and even a few from Rockstar Games. I'm going to go out on a limb and say they came from Rockstar San Diego, which would even give the team Midnight Club credit too. This was basically a studio made of some of the devs from the best racing game studios of the last decade, all coming into one place, initially called EA Gothenburg, named for the Swedish town they were based out of, and later rebranded to a more familiar name in Ghost Games. There is also an extra note here that between the forming of the studio and the release of its first game in late 2013, Criterion was slowly getting more and more involved with the process behind the next Need for Speed. Like at some point in 2012, Criterion co-founder and creative director Alex Ward was said to have been working on ideas for the next Need for Speed with Ghost, and development director at Criterion Jack Griffin said that Criterion helped Ghost with some of the visuals and map design for their game, which really makes sense when you compare some of the spots to it in something like Hot Pursuit. And also, immediately after the game came out, around 80% of the Criterion staff actually moved over to the UK branch of Ghost. And within 4 months, many of them were out of a job. Fun! But I've rambled enough about Ghost. How did their new game actually turn out? In my opinion, surprisingly well. Need for Speed Rivals is actually that 5th Hot Pursuit I alluded to before, because this game draws heavily from the Hot Pursuit playstyle, although it's not built on its predecessor like with High Stakes, because this runs on Frostbite. The game is still a supercar-centric, street racing-focused, realistically styled arcade racer, with unique equipment, fun modes, and a racer and cop dynamic just like what came before, but it's not a straight-up sequel, because they did actually make some additions, like a really nice open world, achieved through taking the events and extra scoring zones from the last 2 games and putting them on a map that feels as open as 2012, but as focused as Hot Pursuit. In a lot of ways, I feel like this is one of the more underrated titles in the series. Like, yeah, it has problems, like being locked at 30 FPS on PC, still having the crash cams like in Hot Pursuit and Most Wanted, although they are less frequent. Apparently not having a great PC port, although I never personally had any issues, but a lot of people have reported of having them. Although I did play this game initially on 360 and that was pretty rough. The game doesn't let you pause for some reason, which some players mistook as the game being online only, despite the fact that you can pause in other online only racing games, and that you can switch to an offline mode. So I'm honestly questioning why anyone ever thought that, and why they didn't just let players actually pause the game. And the police in this game have a major advantage over the racers for durability. That last point is actually one that sticks for a lot of people, including me when I first played this game, but now I actually think I like how the difficulty of the pursuits is done. The pursuits in this game are all about finding a balance between risk and reward, because the more chases and events you do, the more aggressive the PD is going to be, but also the more rewards you get for cashing out at the end of the session. When I was a kid, I thought the police in this game were way too aggressive and hit way too hard, making me stick almost exclusively to the cop mode. What I failed to realize was that this game wasn't meant to be played like something like Most Wanted 2005, where your car is an indestructible tank and the police, while brainless and weak in single amounts, become engaging and challenging in large numbers. In Rivals, a single cop can be a challenge, if you don't know how to handle them. And the game actually gives you several options for how to handle them, most of which center around your car, your power-ups, and your health bar. Early on in the game, when the cops aren't much of a threat, the game gives you just enough breathing room for you to find what kind of strategy you like to use on the cops. Say you like to run away before a chase starts. Well, get a car with high speed and acceleration stats, upgrade them even further, and grab power-ups like Turbo, which sends your car flying forwards at a moment's notice. Want to get more aggressive with the cops? Well, grab something heavy like a muscle car, upgrade its strength and durability stats, and give it stuff like Shockwave and EMP, stuff that can really do some damage. If you're like me, you might try a mix, where you have just enough aggressive stats to thin the herd around you, and just enough speed to make a quick getaway. This is something that later games would try to replicate, but in my opinion it was at its best here. Because another component that goes underappreciated here is how the game handles health. In Rivals, health depletes fairly quickly, especially in the lighter and faster cars, and the only way to fix that is with the repair shops scattered around the map. Here's where it gets interesting. When you go through a repair shop, you get both your health back and all of your equipment, meaning it fully resets your standing in the pursuit, and you can go through a repair shop as many times as you want with no cooldown. In my opinion, this is where the later games with this mechanic falter, because they take the control for how long the pursuit can last out of the player's hands by putting in artificial limitations like max uses and long cooldowns. Now you may counter this by saying that those elements add tension, and that said tension is lost when you can just sit around a repair shop. But if you heard what I already said about how the police work, you know there's already plenty of tension to the pursuits. And if you want to sit around a repair shop, be my guest when it gets swarmed by cops that you now have to escape in order to cash out on the pursuit. The only real gripe I have with the pursuit system is how there's just a few too many extra cops scattered around the map in normal driving, so it's not uncommon to just be chilling on your way to another race and accidentally start a pursuit. That and the tension found in racer pursuits is almost entirely gone when you switch to the cop mode, although gameplay-wise, it mostly feels the same. The cop and racer dynamic is less of a unique gameplay addition like it was in Hot Pursuit, and more a difficulty slider in this game, which I guess makes sense with this game's attempt at making the street racing sound like the most secretive, illegal operation ever. This is kinda a problem all the Ghost games have, with the exception of 2015, being that they like to over-explain how important and special the whole street racing experience is, and how it's about fighting back against the vague hand of authority, in very much a tell-over-show kind of way that can get really repetitive. They treat street racing like it has no actual danger or impact outside of sticking it to the man. And like, sure, I mess with the concept of street racers being some kind of anti-government organization, almost like the villains of the last 5 Fast and Furious movies, but these games don't commit to it at all, and they haven't shown the writing chops to be able to take advantage of that kind of concept. It's basically all talk with no real impact on the gameplay. That's also where another minor complaint from me comes from, that outside of the police chases, there isn't really much new gameplay here. Like, yeah, you can do the races, but because of the more conventional track design, fairly one-note AI opponents, and kinda lacking sense of speed, I usually don't feel all that compelled to do the races. But I think putting it all together, along with the great graphics, atmosphere, and music, as you'd expect from the Supercar trilogy, you get a package that I was honestly surprised with how much I liked. So if you have, $2 to $4 to spare because EA loves putting Need for Speeds on sale, and can stomach a 30 FPS lock, which honestly if you can't, skill issue, then I actually recommend at least trying this game. Because based on how people talk about it now, I feel like this has to be one of the most underrated entries in the series. Now, before we move on to the current era of Need for Speed, I need to mention 3 extra pieces of media that came out before then. The first is a free-to-play MMO released exclusively in China and South Korea called Need for Speed Edge. This game technically wasn't released until 2017 and was defunct by 2019 to the disappointment of all my edging enthusiasts, but it was built on top of Rivals, so I included it here. Like with World, there is a revival project which got the game back up under Project Verge, and a number of people have played it since then, but since it's not a mainline entry, I just mostly skipped it in this case. Alright, so what do we have next? Oh yeah, in 2014 we got Need for Speed, the movie. Why? Why did Need for Speed need a movie? They have a star-studded cast with Aaron Paul, Rami Malek, Michael Keaton, and others. The car chases look fine, but there's no music, and it's outdone by both Fast and Baby Driver from around the same time. And the best scene is watching Kid Cudi suck shit at Pro Street, because it was the last Need for Speed to have split-screen multiplayer, and that makes me sad. Next. Of course there was a mobile game. In 2015, we got Need for Speed No Limits, a free-to-play mobile game that has microtransactions, simple gameplay, and decent graphics. It's actually still getting updates to this day somehow. Like, they added a whole new game mode in January of 23, but it's just a mobile game that I did actually play this time, but didn't record, which is why the footage isn't mine. Alright, and now that we have all the fluff out the way, we can finally look at Need for Speed's modern era.
Yesterday I got a call like from my dog like 101. Said they killed his only son because of insufficient funds. He was sobbing, he was mobbing, way belligerent and drunk, talking out his head, philosophing on what the Lord had done. He said, K-Back, can you pray for me? It's been a fucked up day for me. I know that you anointed, show me how to overcome. He was looking for some closure, hoping I could bring him closer to the spiritual. My spirit do no better, but I told him I can't sugarcoat the answer for you. This is how I feel. If somebody killed my son, that means somebody getting killed. Tell me what you do for love, loyalty, and passion of all the memories, collected moments you could never touch. I'll wait in front of niggas, spotted watching hit his block. I'll catch a nigga leaving service if that's all I got. I chip a nigga, then throw the blow in his lap. Walk myself to the court like, bitch, I did that. Ain't no black power when your baby killed by a coward. I can't even keep the peace. Don't you fucking wonder hours if he murder in the street, if he bodies in the hour. Got a baby on the street, paramedics on the dial. Let somebody touch my mama, touch my sister, touch my woman, touch my daddy, touch my niece, touch my nephew, touch my brother. You should chip a nigga, then throw the blower in his lap. Matter of fact, I'm about to speak at this convention, call you back.
Despite separating these next few games into their own unique era, this part of Need for Speed's history wasn't caused by a major change in leadership, as this was still most of the same team behind Rivals, but instead by a change in mindset. With the Supercar trilogy becoming the main focus of the series, a lot of players started clamoring for a return to the older style of gameplay and expression found in the Blackbox Era games, particularly Underground to Carbon, especially in areas like tuning, customization, and dedicated drifting, which the last handful of games didn't have outside of the shifts. So drawing heavily on the style of games like Underground 2 and Carbon, as well as following by their example and adding some of the elements from the contemporary car culture, they started working on what would be called a full reset for the franchise, a rebooting of the name. Simply just Need for Speed, which most would just call Need for Speed 2015. At E3 in 2015, executive producer Marcus Nilsson called it the definitive Need for Speed experience. So was it? No, but also kinda. Looking at this game from a surface level, those familiar with it probably aren't going to hear much new. The map, vibe, and aesthetic are immaculate, while the physics, AI, story, and gameplay have major problems. But I want to try and dive deeper into all the factors contributing to that consensus. Like, take the physics for example. Why do so many people have issues with how the cars feel in this game? Some would cite what comes across as objective problems, with stuff like the somewhat rare crab walking, lack of front grip given to most cars especially when grip tuned, and the still present brake to drift. But I think there's another factor that people don't mention as much, and that is the map. Now looking at the map by itself, it looks incredible, with its dank atmosphere and distinct regions which all look and feel unique. But like the maps of older Need for Speeds, this map features a very tight and dense construction and becomes wider in a few areas. But unfortunately, similar to Most Wanted 2012, the physics weren't designed to account for that. Looking at early development builds, I can't fully determine whether the physics or the map were finalized first, seeing as they were both still based on Rivals early in development. But what I can say is, the physics and map we got aren't nearly as compatible as they could have been. A map like this needs responsive, quick handling because that's what works best with this tighter, faster design. Good examples being games like Burnout Revenge, Need for Speed Underground, and especially Midnight Club 3. Games that feature a less responsive and floatier feeling in their driving are best served with more open and wide maps, with examples like Flatout 2, MotorStorm Pacific Rift, and Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. That's why I think a lot of people take issue with the handling, because just about all the problems I've seen people cite in 2015's feel are also present in games that people say feel great, but it's how that driving factors into the gameplay as a whole that matters. And speaking of the gameplay, I want to get to the events and campaign. I do kind of like the idea for how the campaign is structured, having 5 separate paths for the player to pick from at any given time as they progress through it, although they are tied down by some of this game's other weak points. Like as an example, let's look at the outrun route. For basically all of this game, the cops are a complete joke, and in turn, the outlaw route becomes a stand-up special. Even something as basic as getting the cops to chase you for 2 minutes could take 20 because of how slow and unresponsive they are and how easy it is for them to lose you. I assume this was done in response to players saying the cops from Rivals were too hard, and if that were the case, then they massively overcorrected. In the other 4 paths, you'll encounter 2 more notable negatives: the story and the AI opponents. As much as I'm not a fan of the writing in this game, I also know that storytelling has never remotely been Need for Speed's strong suit, and especially compared to how the next 3 games are, I don't hate these cutscenes as much as I thought I would. I actually preferred the banter and casual language here because unlike the later games, it feels like real people talking, because it literally is real people, just like the FMV cutscenes of the older games. What got to me about the writing is how outside of the cutscenes, no one ever shuts the fuck up. Like before and after every single race, they call you up with some, "Wow, that was crazy, man. You know, I once did a sick drift down by the docks. Have I told you about our Lord and Savior, Magnus Walker?" Like, bro, I do not care. You could make the comparison to like the SMS and phone call segments from older Need for Speeds, but in games like Underground 2, the messages were almost always some kind of extra tip on how to play the game better, and in Most Wanted, I basically always was interested when Razor, Cross, Mia, or even Rog would call up with something to say. Here, I could not care less, and I especially didn't care for them calling in the middle of races. At best, I saw this as a worse version of what Midnight Club perfected a decade before. Now, they did actually make some major improvements to the car list and customization, like adding back in a bunch of the JDM and tuner classics that people had been asking for since Hot Pursuit, as well as bringing back the visual customization which had been lacking since then. This came in the form of a new system which would remain mostly unchanged in the years that would follow, only adding more parts and options to a system which is currently one of the best, but still had some issues to iron out here. Primarily with how many of the high-end sports and supercars lacked any real customization options, as the focus was put on the old beaters, JDM Legends, and the Porsche 930. Although I do really appreciate a lot of the unique elements added in that games like Forza and The Crew would take years to match. They also made some major improvements to the look of this game.
its legacy has continued in vibes. Its
Right.
legacy, you'll see every couple of months a video popping up in views for Need for Speed 15 of somebody with no HUD and some light, music in the background.
Yeah, like on
just
shorts or
driving
reels
through.
or something like that.
Yeah, just driving through that environment because the game nails its atmosphere. It nails the vibe of those early 2000s. If I can sort of relate it to it, those scenes in the original Fast and Furious when a character is just driving through dark streets at night in their tuned vehicle, but kind of basically alone by themselves, that's the vibe that Need for Speed 15 nails.
Right.
It nails that vibe of it is 4 a.m. You are basically alone except for some poor fucker that is having to go to a night shift route or whatever, and it's just you in that road in that environment, and that is an awesome feel.
This game has a very particular style, which I do like, but I don't think it's necessarily unrivaled or unmatched for the Need for Speed series. At its best, it looks like a variation on a neo-noir film style with strong influence from the first two Underground games. And at its worst, it looks like a GTA 5 Realistic Reflections mod. I think this is a good style, but it's helped by the fact that this game is locked to night, again, like the Undergrounds, and therefore can use baked-in lighting and more focused techniques because they only have to account for a limited selection of possible lighting variables. They also gave players a much better photo mode to capture the look of this game, although no replay mode, which Underground 2 actually did have, but few Need for Speeds have had since. And speaking of the other Need for Speeds, I want to circle back to that original point about this game, that it's the definitive Need for Speed experience. For that to be the case, there would have to be so much more from the last, at that point, 2 decades of games that had come out, but there's just not. What we got was a new reimagining of a Need for Speed based on a very narrow slice of Need for Speed's history. And while some did like the new direction, many returning players, including myself, couldn't get past its shortcomings. Although even those who did enjoy the game do have to contend with one of the most unfortunate aspects about it, the fact that it's always online. For real this time though. This means that once the already kind of annoying servers get shut down, the game will be effectively gone. I'm working on another video about my thoughts with online-only games, but for now I'll just say this. If you do enjoy 2015, go and play it while it's still up, because it won't be forever. Which is what I wish I could say about our next game. Need for Speed Payback. I'm gonna be upfront about this. Payback is, by some margin, my most disliked Need for Speed. Although I don't actually think it's the worst one. I say that because there's actually a lot of improvements this game made that not many people talk about. Like, something that goes unmentioned is how much better the physics in Payback are compared to 2015. This might be a hot take, and if it is, I'm sorry, but I think Payback has the best handling of the modern era Need for Speeds. It's not a perfect handling model, but after just a couple hours, I was able to basically always get the car to behave how I'd expect. This was especially noticeable in the race, drift, and runner cars, which along with drag, made up the new classes of racing that this game introduced. I actually really like this idea as it brings back the diverse events and car specialization from games like Pro Street. With this class system also came a formalized performance system. This isn't the first time Need for Speed has had that, with games like Carbon and Pro Street having a vague tier system, and the shifts having one that's more like what we see in current games, but Payback's works well enough to show the performance of the newly expanded car list. Although that performance system brings me on to a large part of why this game has the reputation it has.
Hey, pop the hood.
Pop the hood?
Pop the hood.
This right here is the entirety that Payback occupies in my mind.
Nice.
That's it. That's when, like Payback, it's like, oh, that game. Oh, yeah. And then like that's what pops into my head. And that's it. And there's nothing else. It's a mixture of that. And I guess there's a Queen of the Stone Age song in that soundtrack. Yeah, that's about it.
And like that's even how it's looked at widely, because like if I talk to certain people about Need for Speed in the modern day who aren't as familiar with it, the only thing they know them for is for having shit-ass microtransactions for this exact, like, part of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just painful every time I see it.
Well, yeah, I think it's a kind of a thing of, Payback is looked at that way because while these other games, whether you like them or not, usually have something about their vibe that's compelling, even if it's not all of it, even if it's just one specific component, there's at least something. Payback just doesn't really feel like it has anything. I don't have any particular appreciation for its desert environment. I don't feel like there's any particularly beautiful set piece. I don't think there's really any notable thing on the soundtrack. There's even stuff like the transitions in the menus and all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know what it is about that card rewards menu that looks so off-putting and sounds so off-putting, but it just is. There's something about it that feels so much like a placeholder or the thing that it was compared to at the time, a mobile game. There's something so cheap about its presentation.
Right. Like, there's only two things I think of whenever I think of that game. The lack of any real, like, style or presence that the game makes me feel, and that it being one of the three biggest symbols of EA's corporate hubris, that being Payback, Battlefront 2, I think it was, and whichever sports game it was that had ads in the menus.
Well, that's the thing. So it's like Battlefront 2 was king of Shit Mountain. Yeah.
Right.
Battlefront 2 was king of Shit Mountain because it was the thing that everybody, hardcore, casual, Star Wars fan, whoever, they could all point to and say, this fucking sucks. This is not what we wanted. Then the sports fans could point at their frustrations and mostly vent because there's at least the kind of understanding of like, well, they're fucked. They don't really have anywhere else that they could possibly go to for any kind of experience like that. And then, the kind of trio, the kind of group of like, oh, what can we add to this group to really emphasize a point? It's like, oh, then Need for Speed Payback.
Yeah. You have like the biggest, like, effectively movie tie-in franchise you could think of, the biggest sports franchises, and the biggest racing game all going down the same hole. That's the biggest reason why Payback has the reputation it does. But it's also not the only reason. Like Ray and I said, these games give off almost the absence of vibes in terms of its presentation, design, and innovation. In 2015, you had a distinct art style and aesthetic, music both from the time and from classic Need for Speeds after the updates, and characters that at the very least seem like they were trying too hard versus not trying at all. In this, you get an art style that looks like an upscaled mobile game cosplaying as Forza Horizon 3, a music selection mostly comprised of sleepy trap and truck commercial butt rock, and even the artists that have some kick to them seem to have that energy sucked out by even being on this soundtrack. They managed to make Tom Morello, Gorillaz, Vince Staples, and Run the Jewels sound boring. And they even put Spoon on here. Spoon is great, but in what universe does Spoon fit the vibe of a Need for Speed? I guess it makes sense given they were only in the garage, but still. And because I already mentioned it, let me talk about what I think this game was really trying to be. A Forza Horizon, more specifically Forza Horizon 3. Yes, if we believe the timeline set by the developers, work on Payback started 5 months before Horizon 3 was announced, but I'm willing to bet there was at least some Horizon 2 influence in early development, and possibly midway through development, the game was altered to be even more like Horizon 3. Because its diverse yet empty map, lack of weight in the campaign, and generally clean, bright vibe all seem to come as a result of Horizon 3's success. Which sucks because Horizon 3 does this a lot better. Payback just lacks the content and the context of a game like FH3, and when compared to the rest of Need for Speed's history, it feels like a knockoff of itself. In a very literal way as well. Like, y'all remember Speed? You know, the thing that's in the title of these games? Well, in 2015, Ghost made the boost feel so flaccid and slow that they decided the entire game should feel like that now. Except for when you're boosting, then it actually feels quick again for some reason. You know, when I asked y'all what the worst Need for Speed was, taking the lowest ranks from each of the era-specific polls and putting them together, y'all ranked Undercover as the worst Need for Speed. And yes, it probably is the most broken and poorly structured Need for Speed, but while Undercover made me borderline angry, Payback bored me. It bored me to the point of where I almost fell asleep while recording footage for it. Boring is not a word that should be in the same hemisphere as a Need for Speed, and yet, here we are, at the post-2015 Drake of racing games. While I'm not gonna say you're wrong for liking it, I do at least want to let you know there is so much more out there to experience, and that this ain't it. But if this was the low point, that means there's nowhere else to go but up, right? Yeah, I think this was definitely a step up from Payback. But was it enough? Need for Speed Heat is a game that, to a certain extent, kinda pisses me off. Not because the game is bad, far from it, but because in my opinion, it was so close to being great. And while I'm far from the first person to say that about Heat, I think there are some major misconceptions people have about why that is. So let's see if I can't add to the conversation. Booting up the game on PC for the first time in 3 years, I came to a few quick realizations. 1. Late stage Frostbite hates AMD CPUs, as both this and Unbound required a funny INI file patch to actually get decent frame rates. 2. That this game still looks really damn good for its time. I personally say it's just about on the same level as 2015, just not as focused. And 3, and this is the big one, the opening hours of this game suck. I found so many things that inconvenienced, annoyed, or straight up pissed me off in the first 5 hours of this game that I would fully understand if someone just quit before getting past all that. Starting with the first thing you see from the game, we have the story. The story here is rightly criticized for making almost no sense, as like with Rivals, they try to position the street racing crews as some kind of noble rebellion force, and the police as some kind of tyrannical government conspiracy. And while I'm not going to grandstand and say that no police force has ever engaged in a little funny corruption for profit, I don't see a problem with the police force trying to, do their job by stopping obviously reckless drivers in a major city. Alongside the story, the campaign is also structured in a way that basically does nothing but waste the player's time, which is funny, seeing as if you only do the campaign missions, this has the shortest campaign of any modern era Need for Speed. This is done by both having the early missions be very slow, and by having the single worst feature I've seen in a racing game: tailing missions. Not following missions, where you have to stay at a set distance behind a target, which this game also has, but tailing missions. Like that one where you walk or run periodically behind an NPC on the way to the actual mission. Yeah, they decided to put that in a racing game. A game that is literally all about going fast has tailing missions. How? Who thought this was a good idea? I'm going to assume the answer was nobody, but that they were put in anyway under direction from EA so that people weren't beating the game in under 10 hours and possibly refunding it. And in those early hours, you're going to get very familiar with another major part of this game, the physics. Yes, I know I keep going on about physics in these games, but to be fair, that is how you experience the gameplay in a racing game 95% of the time, and it's also a major factor in my conclusion for the end. In Heat's case, I think they actually did a decent job with the physics of the high-end cars. In the starter cars, the handling feels extremely vague, unresponsive, and slippery in a way that's unnatural and off-putting. And this was compounded by the fact that a majority of the early racing in this game took place in the city center. Just the most dense and angular part of the map where vague handling feels the worst? Yeah, that part. But in the high-end cars, especially after you fiddle around with the performance upgrades and the assists, you can get the cars to feel pretty good and decently responsive. But going off my experience, it may take hours to get there, because this game takes a while before giving you anything that feels relatively quick. The good news though is that when you do finally get into the upper echelons of performance, not only does the handling get better, but it feels better too, by fixing my biggest issue with Payback, the sense of speed. That is to say, heat feels genuinely quick now, particularly when using nitrous in a fast car. There are moments where you feel like you're traveling through time. This is exactly what I needed to keep me going in this game, the kind of speed I remembered from games like Carbon and the Shifts, brought right into the modern day. For me, it's still not on the level of Pro Street or even Most Wanted, but it still deserves a seat at the table of games that make you feel fast as fuck. And because I mentioned Most Wanted, I gotta talk about this game's namesake, the cops.
Don't act like you didn't hear me the first time.
I think the cops in this game suck, at least in those first 5 hours I mentioned. See, in just about every other Need for Speed with cops, the cops scale in difficulty and performance with the player. This is the case for Hot Pursuit 2, Most Wanted, Carbon, and Hot Pursuit. It's a little different with Most Wanted and Carbon, as they more so scale the maximum difficulty of the cops and let the player affect how hard the cops actually are, but the principle is still the same. The only real exception to this is Rivals. In Rivals, the difficulty of the cops scales with the events and actions of the player, with no real cap, so it's very possible to get in a much higher heat pursuit than you're prepared for. However, there are some major differences between this system and the one in Heat. Both games share some common features like pursuit tech to help with the chases and a health bar which can be refilled at service stations, but there are also some changes. Like the pursuit tech is notably less useful in Heat compared to Rivals, and the health refills in Rivals are both more common and can be used as many times as you want, while in Heat, they're a little further apart and they can be used a maximum of 3 times during the night. There's also the differences in car. Because I'm focusing on the early hours of Heat, I need to mention your starter car, as while the police in Heat are about as aggressive as the ones in Rivals, your starter car is significantly slower than that of Rivals. And combine that with the fact that you can very easily get to an unmanageable heat in a matter of minutes, the early hours of the game were not fun for me to get through. This was made worse by the stupid fact that you lose health if you hit the cops in any way. So your only real option is to run, which can be done easily if you like sitting around one part of the map, but after the mid-game most police pursuits end up boiling down to finding a straight line and driving away. But after slogging through those early hours, I honestly think this game really starts to pick up. The races actually have some pretty varied and unique designs to them that pair well with the faster handling, and although the AI doesn't really factor as much into the races as you might expect, the tracks themselves do some good work to keep it challenging, almost in a Midnight Club-esque way. The customization is the best it's ever been up to that point, now having major options for the various supercars that were coming into the series, as well as tons of options for the classics and JDMs. They also now had a feature which, for whatever reason, didn't return in Unbound, being that when you buy a new car, you immediately get told its customization rating, meaning that if you were looking for a car to customize and make your own, you'd want something with a relatively high rating, and if it didn't really matter to you, then you could just get whatever looked cool. And in a more nebulous way, I see this game as a return not to the exact same kind of aesthetic as the Blackbox Era, like with 2015, but an aesthetic that is built in the same way as the older games, by taking the car and general culture of the time and building it into a fun racing experience. And in equal amounts, this also feels like a culmination of the journey Ghost had been on for the last 6 years leading up to this.
I feel like Heat, that was the one where I'm like, guys, you could kind of go down this road. You are on to something here. You have actually kind of assimilated and collected all of the things that you've been doing over the years into a cohesive package in Heat. It's not perfect. It's got its issues, but you're on the right track. And then what happens? Ghost dissolves.
Yeah.
Yeah, then they get, fucking assembled into the EA Borg and a part of Criterion. And then, that's the other thing too, as well, is that when people thought of, I think kind of another thing that was not positive for Unbound is that people see the Criterion brand, they're expecting what Criterion does. Not knowing that the Criterion making Unbound, yes, there's a lot of people on that team attached to it, but there's also a lot of people from Ghost. It's been over 10 years since those earlier games. And of course, the company's DNA, that is fucking Jurassic at this point.
And that's where I think some misconceptions start. Because I've seen a lot of people talk about this game as a potential new springboard that the franchise could use to go into a better direction, but then say that the game was canned too early into its support, and that because of the team getting dissolved, we never got a true follow-up to Heat. While much of that is true, it's missing a few bits of context. Like Heat's support cycle, while relatively short for modern online games, even more so when looking at its contemporaries, is roughly in line with the level of support games like 2015 and Payback received. Yet I've seen comparably few people argue that those didn't have enough support. And on the topic of Ghost dissolving, this isn't the whole picture either, as Criterion and Ghost basically just flipped positions and roles from when Ghost took over in 2013, with much of the former Ghost staff, especially Ghost UK, moving back to Criterion and leaving behind a skeleton crew. They even renamed the studio back to EA Gothenburg to reinforce the change. That's why in many ways, Unbound is still very much a successor to Heat. But even taking that into consideration, there's still things that Heat did that haven't been matched by any other game in the modern era. And knowing that the modern era had a lot of improvements unique to it, I'd still give Heat a try if you've been lukewarm on the series over the last decade. And if you did and you gave up on it after a couple hours, I get you, but if it's been a minute, try it again, and see if you can't find something to enjoy after a few hours with it. 'Cause I certainly did. And now for the final stop, as we look through 30 years of Need for Speed. Need for Speed Unbound. Technically my first ever re-review on this channel, and probably not the last. But in case you haven't seen that original video, I'll do a quick recap and some corrections to bring you up to speed. In some ways, Need for Speed Unbound feels like it was supposed to be a new beginning for the series, like how 2015 was. But in equal parts, it's still just another entry into the modern era of Need for Speed. Like from a gameplay perspective, this is still following the exact same formula as Payback and Heat, with street races, drift events, off-road races that aren't very good, comp chases that I'll get to in a minute, and the only new addition to the events, takeovers. Despite sharing its name with one of the most widely maligned activities of the modern urban car enthusiast, or really just anyone who can stick a fart can on a VQ or Hemi, these takeovers have more in common with the Gymkhana events from Dirt 3, as both are about smashing, sliding, and jumping your way through a constructed obstacle course to score as many points as possible. I sort of like these as a reprieve from the rest of the game, basically filling the same role as drift and drag events had in the Underground games. Although the rest of the events aren't as interesting to do, mainly because of how the campaign is structured. Something I didn't fully elaborate on in the main Unbound review was just how incredibly grindy this game is, and worse, how that grindy nature extends to the online as well. To start with the single player, this game is constructed so that you do a series of races every day and night for a whole week, and then you do another round of The Grand, which is this game's underground street racing league. This sounds fine on paper, but there's several major issues with this, primarily stemming from the cars, the races, and the comps. For the cars, the game generally does a good job at giving plenty of options performance and visuals wise, but your choice is restricted when it comes to what types of cars you can use. What I mean by this is, they took the performance system from Payback and finally gave it a letter grade to split up races by performance, a la Forza Horizon or Shift 2. However, if you play the game anything like me, what happens is, an in-game week starts, you get basically pennies for the amount of races you have to do, you spend 1 to 2 in-game days upgrading your car, maybe 3 to 4 if you wanted to buy a new car, and by day 5, you're now at the point where you can either buy or upgrade a car beyond your current class, but there's no point to, because you won't be able to use it for another few days, and when the final day comes for the next round of the Grand, you better have a bunch of money saved, or you'll be put back a day and have to try and earn that money again, making it even more of a grind. This stands in contrast with something like Forza Horizon 1, which gives the player plenty of opportunities to use different types of cars no matter where you are in the progression, with the game generally trending towards faster cars, as you might expect, instead of putting a hard ceiling on events which the player has to wait hours to pass. For the races, there isn't really much different here compared to Heat, with a couple additions like buy-ins to most events, the return of wagers from Payback, and the dual NOS system of both burst and regular nitrous, but the issues here come from their quantity and their variety. This game shares a similar problem to, of all things, Burnout Paradise, being that because all of the events are focused around key points in the map, instead of covering the whole map, they often repeat, and don't fully utilize all the map. If you played through the single player like me and focused on the races, then you probably missed out on driving through much of the Chicago-influenced Lakeshore, which sucks because I really like how this map looks as a background for the racing. And for the cops, they basically took the cops from Heat, toned down the aggression by a lot, so much so that they basically end up floating right ahead of or right behind the player and not actually engaging, unless we're talking about the trucks in the final Heat level, and they basically did nothing else to address the issues with Heat's cops outside of general aggression.
Yeah, I think that's the most crucial misstep that they've been doing with the cops in modern Need for Speed games. It's that the pressure and the anxiety of the police pursuits comes from that little red bar that drains in the bottom corner of your monitor, or of your screen. When I think in Most Wanted, Most Wanted cars were indestructible. You could never be destroyed. You had no health bar. Yeah. Because in that game, the pressure and the difficulty from the pursuits came from the cops themselves, and not the amount of damage they do to you. I think that's also a reason why the people still look so much more fondly on the cops in the original Most Wanted, because there was just way more of them there. It felt like they were way more advanced, way more ready to box you in, especially on higher conditions. Whereas in New Need for Speeds, there's maybe 3 or 4 cops on screen at tops. Most of them are way behind you, and they don't really do anything. They might ram you, take off some health, and chip away at your health, and that's kind of it. It's just not as engaging. And as I said, the pressure doesn't come from the cops themselves. It comes from the damage you take. And I think that's way less engaging.
They also flip wildly from being a major source of frustration in the early hours, possibly taking away your hour of progress should you get busted, which happens very easily in a low-performance car when you did 4 races and are now at a Heat 5, but in the late game, they serve as an annoyance more than anything else. Because while you actually can attack the cops without taking recoil damage like with Heat, there's still no reason to engage with them in the faster cars, as by the time you take one out, 3 more will appear. You're better off just trying to outrun them flat out. They also are absolutely everywhere on the map. Like trying to drive between races at night in a B+ or A ranked car with helicopters overhead feels like being the box in a Metal Gear. And now we're back at Heat's tailing missions, because why would I want to sit around in a dense forest with my engine off in a game about going fast? The slog that comes from the capped performance, repetitious and unchanging races, and the baffling cops gives this game the longest and probably least interesting campaign after just a few hours. And unlike with Heat, it never really picks up as you progress, unless you count the game getting easier. You might expect that this would be less of a thing in the online for this game. Instead, you get something that's even worse. See, in the online, there isn't really any level caps, and when compared to the single player, the game showers you in money. Instead, the grind comes from unlocking new cars. To give you some perspective, if you haven't tried the online, one of the first cars I wanted to get after starting was the Buick GNX, because all I ever wanted was a black Grand National. To get the GNX, I need to complete 20 playlists in B class. One playlist is 3 races, and if we do the math on that, assuming a race is about 2 minutes and 20 seconds, which is just my average, as some are shorter and longer than that, and also not counting loading screens, menus, or changing and upgrading cars, we get 2 hours and 20 minutes for a fucking Buick. And that's not the only one, because some cars require as many as 30 playlists in a single type of car to get them, which is ridiculous. Yes, you will earn some other cars in the meantime that only require 10 playlists in the more open categories, but if a specific car you want is going to take 90 races to get, well then you're shit out of luck, that's all you can do. Thankfully, they added more to the online in updates over the last year, which has given players more enjoyable things to do than grinding for 5 hours on one car. The story basically doesn't matter because of how few times you interact with it outside of the opening and closing hours, and of the 3 actual characters this game has outside of the player, you have Rydell, the adoptive father figure and probably the only one with decent writing. You have Yaz, the person who actually puts the story into motion by stealing your car at the start, although she doesn't do much else till the end. And then Tess. Nobody likes Tess. Now for the physics, I really don't know how to feel about the physics, because there are so many different variables that can affect the handling in-game, not all of which I know. And because of that, the game can go from feeling extremely tight and grippy to terrible at the drop of a hat. And this is amplified by the number of controls you get. Some of these, like traction control and steering response, were things we've seen before, but this is the first game to give you the ability to turn brake to drift on or off. Which is bullshit because you will drift anyway, even if you have it turned off. Because if your car has any amount of drifting in its setup, it's very likely that the rear will slide out when exiting a corner. Now that sounds like regular on-throttle oversteer, but the difference is if you're coming at it from a sim racer or even just a Gran Turismo or Forza informed perspective, you won't be able to properly judge when it'll start to slip because the game doesn't give you any feedback until it's too late. And I've seen that exact scenario with a number of people coming from other racing games. Now looking at all that, you probably wouldn't assume that I'm a big fan of Unbound. And for the most part, you'd be right. However, that doesn't mean there aren't things I like about it. Like I've probably had the most fun with this game doing the online content, like the unique playlists that usually go back and reference parts of Need for Speed's history for inspiration, or even the updates themselves that are partially based on the older games. Just a month before writing this, they introduced the Lockdown mode, a Most Wanted inspired extraction game mode which I've seen loads of people enjoying, especially because they introduced a bike into the game, a first for the series, and that it handles better than anything else in the game. As someone who saw Need for Speed as a strictly single-player focused game, I do like what they're doing here, especially because a lot of these updates have come from a skeleton crew at the Kaizen team. Although I don't want that to take away from the core multiplayer experience in the future. And now to talk about probably the most controversial part of this game. The style. The thing about this game's style is, as much as I might not want to admit it, it is not one of the core functions of this game. Because of all those problems I just listed with the game, the style isn't one of them, and doesn't affect any one of them. and if all my problems were addressed and the style was kept the same, this would probably be one of my favorites in the series. Now that's not to say I don't have my own personal preferences for style that are also very different from what this game offers. Like when it comes to the music, I really don't get why they chose the songs they did, because for the most part, they don't feel like songs you would race to. Going off of how every other Need for Speed like Unbound does their music, most of this soundtrack would be garage themes, as they lack a lot of the energy and punch required for races. And this isn't a genre thing, because even though the majority of the OST is based on a modern trap and rap sound, I can think of plenty of songs and artists who would have brought the energy required. And some of those artists are here on some of their most low-key songs and features I've ever heard. And that brings me to why I dreaded this section. Because alongside the music, the general style of this game was done in a way that very few of its detractors properly understood. With its cel-shaded characters and smoke effects, graffiti designs and the transitions in menus, and initial D-esque speed effects, this game is kinda all over the place stylistically. And that's what myself and a large portion of the community took away from this game. However, a concerningly large number of you had other thoughts about this game. Most of, if not all of which, came from a place of pure ignorance. If this is you, 1. Do better. Grow as a person. And 2. Don't look up who developed the classic or Blackbox Era Need for Speeds if you think the current ones were ruined by DEI policies, because you're about to be very disappointed. I hate that I have to bring any of this up, because I am not, and never remotely plan to be, any kind of political commentator. I'm only saying this because every time I talk about Need for Speed, and to a lesser extent Forza, I always get comments like this. I know it's partially because Need for Speed and Forza have the biggest followings in racing games right now, but I don't see a fraction of this kind of behavior from the Gran Turismo and Assetto Corsa fans, so y'all just gotta do better. Granted, they're not perfect either, but they're not doing this. I need to find something to take the edge off after shitting on both Unbound and some of its detractors. I know what'll do it. How about a port... The rules of the port lightning round are simple. It's going to be rapid-fire reviews of all the ports I could get my hands on, because there's official Need for Speed games for the damn Zeebo. And I'm going to do them in order of console release, then by game release, so it'll be all the GBA games first. Alright? Alright. Porsche Unleashed. This game looks bad, feels bad, and is bad. Underground 1. This one was actually pretty decent. The sense of speed was there, the customization were, damn, even the music was there. And because Kronk was one of the predecessors of the ringtone rap that worked on these tinny speakers, Get Low is actually mostly intact. I think I would have liked Underground GBA as a kid. Underground 2. Why is this one actually kinda good? Most Wanted. Again, why is this one actually kinda good? And why does it use maps from the real version of Underground 2? Carbon Own the City. Why is this one mentally ill? Nintendo DS Underground 2. This one's actually alright. Most Wanted. This is the objectively correct answer when someone asks, what is the worst Need for Speed? Carbon Own the City. Again, why is this one mentally ill? Pro Street. A little overdone in some places, but generally good. Undercover. Why did I have more fun with this than the actual PC version of Undercover? Nitro. This has a funny moon level, and it's also mid. PSP Underground Rivals. This one is actually pretty good, and fairly in-depth for a PSP port. Most Wanted 510. I had this one as a kid. It's about as mid as I remember. Carbon Own the City. Okay, so this game is about you, the player, killing your abusive brother and ending the game by taking his abused girlfriend. What the fuck? Pro Street. I also had this one as a kid, and it's actually worse than I remember. Granted, I thought it was great because I'm a biased Pro Street enjoyer, but still. Undercover. Kinda mid, just like the original, and the handling feels weird. Shift. They basically got direction to make Pro Street 2, and it gets points from me just by being that, but it's still mid. Wii Undercover. Same as the PS2 version. Some people say it's the better version of Undercover, and if by better you mean they slapped Undercover's story on a broken, janky version of Carbon with a disfigured Most Wanted map, then yeah, it's better. Hot Pursuit. Who thought it would be a good idea to put Nitro's gameplay on something that I would argue is the polar opposite style-wise? The Run. Why? And that's all we have for the ports, although I do want to add a quick note to talk about one of the best additions to these games brought on by the community. That's right, I'm talking about the mods. People have been modding the Need for Speed games since the very beginning, with some of the earliest examples being car and track mods for the classic era Need for Speeds, with that practice still continuing to this day. The mods that really interest me are total overhaul mods like Hot Pursuit Challenge, Most Wanted and Pro Street Papega, the various Redux mods, Rivals Plus, and the ever-popular Unite mods. That last one is actually of particular importance, because when I asked y'all what the one thing y'all would fix about the modern era games is, regardless of whether you like them or not, the most common answer was the physics. And mods like Unite and others try to work around the game's physics to help improve the driving experience. It's not always perfect, but for many, this is a better way to experience those games. My favorite mod is probably Papega Pro Street because, come on, I'm obviously going to favor Pro Street. To circle back to that original question I started this video with, I think Ray probably defined it best by saying speed in a vehicle is like that perfect intersection of danger and adrenaline-pumping activity, along with, at least for the most part, being in total control. I think for the vast majority of its history, Need for Speed has been one of, if not the best, at satisfying our desire for speed. But after experiencing the series in its entirety, a new question comes to mind. What is it that makes a Need for Speed? There's so many different eras, styles, gameplay types, and unique perspectives that make the series what it is. And because of that, it's extremely hard to give this series a definitive identity. This problem is amplified by the sheer scale of the franchise. Need for Speed is the third best-selling series in the EA lineup, only behind FIFA and The Sims respectively, and is the 16th best-selling game series period, at least if Wikipedia is to be believed. Actually, the commonly cited 150 million copies sold is actually really selling it short, because that number comes from an EA press release from their recent partnership with Ken Block in October 2013. And doing some quick napkin math using rough estimates from the current game sales, which granted often conflict with each other, you can argue that Need for Speed is the biggest racing game franchise, period. That honestly makes it even more surprising that a series that big and that old could be as diverse as this. This video was originally made for Need for Speed's 30-year anniversary, and even though I missed it by 3 weeks from a hurricane and getting sick, I wanted to make this video for well over a year now. Because Need for Speed holds a similar place to me as stuff like Sonic and Dragon Ball. Yes, it's over the top, cheesy, and oftentimes just plain stupid, but there are few things that I can think of that had the influence, impact, and effect on myself and thousands, if not millions, of other musicians, artists, and creatives like these kinds of works have. And while I might not think they're all in the best spots, I always look forward to whatever they're working on, because this is the kind of stuff that still impacts my work to this day. And that's why, despite its issues, numerous as they may be, I still think that culturally, and arguably statistically, Need for Speed is the greatest racing game of all time.
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born.
thank you for watching this video. It took way too long to make. And although I would like to do something at this scale in the future, it'll be a while before I get to that. So while the music list is going by, I want to give a shout out to David Bennett for letting me use his amazing cover of Riders on the Storm. I've been a fairly regular viewer of his channel for a while, and if you're interested in music theory or what it means to be a modern working musician, I definitely recommend his stuff. I want to give a shout out to Kuru, Eden, and Ray for letting me interview them about Need for Speed and get their perspective on a lot of stuff. If I have time in the music list, I'll probably stick a few quips from them in at the end. But they were all super nice and easy to chat with, and gave me some really insightful commentary. I want to give a shout out to Hey It's Leo and Akagi for helping me with the research in the Need for Speed World section. I want to thank the Patreon and YouTube members for helping support the channel, especially Tyler49877, Military Snake, Solid Chris, Kevin Christian, and Lino. And thank you for watching this video.
Taken by